Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is a regular stream that we do every Saturday at 6 p.m., unless I'm doing something else, where we watch real socialism. We don't watch CNN socialism. We don't watch AOC socialism. We watch the real deal and we talk about it and we learn about their view of the world and we learn about how they're trying to completely overtake our beautiful capitalist system. Okay, maybe it's not perfect. It's not. It has its flaws. We can all acknowledge that, but it sure as heck is a lot better than anything that we would experience in a socialist, Marxist, or, communist society, because of course socialism and Marxism is just a transition over to the wonderful land of communism, and no one wants that. And I think that the very best way that we can defeat these people is by understanding them. And the only way that you can understand them is to listen to them. Well, guys, we are going to do something a little bit different today. And this was not my original plan for today, but I had a bitchcraft in my community earlier, which is a monthly call that we do with my supporters where we bitch and we craft. You can do any crafts or just hang out, whatever. And actually, one of my supporters who came to the bitchcraft call today said, Carlin, why don't you watch Yuri Bezmenov? And at first, I kind of poo pooed it. I got to be honest. I was like, it's been done. It's been played out. I've seen it before. I don't want to watch it. And then I shut up for a second and I thought about it. And I thought, you know what? I haven't watched Yuri Bezmenov in like 3 years. I watched it when I was red pilling, but I haven't watched it lately. And I would bet that there are still a lot of people who have not watched Yuri Bezmenov. Has anyone, let me know in the chat, have you guys watched Yuri Bezmenov stuff before? I actually have 2 Yuri Bezmenov videos that we're gonna take a look at today. The first one is the most common one that I see. Hang on, let me skim my windows there. There we go. Which is, of course, his interview. And for those of you who don't know, Yuri Bezmenov is a basically a Soviet defector, defected from Soviet Russia in I think the 80s, and then he came and he basically taught Americans about how how Soviet Russia and the KGB was trying to undermine our entire society and way of life and the psychological warfare that these people engaged in. And so this I think is the most common one that people have seen. It's Yuri Bezmenov talking about what his job was to completely undermine the United States, and when he was working for the KGB. And so we're gonna watch that, and then I have another one. This is a lecture that Yuri Bezmenov did. Basically, I think going into further details about this, I haven't watched this lecture before. And so I thought it would be, you know, a nice little change of pace. We're used to watching socialists basically look for ways to advance their philosophy and point of view. And here's a way we can learn about socialists where it is a former socialist, Marxist, communist, whatever, that is teaching us about exactly and explicitly what these people are doing to undermine our society so that we can pay attention and look for when it's showing up now. And so it looks like a bunch of you have seen him before. You've seen clips of it. Some of you haven't seen it at all. So we got a good mix of people here today. And so for Socialism Saturday, what we want to do is we want to look for ways that we can apply this information in our current circumstances to be able to defeat the enemy before all of us. And so we're going to watch it from start to finish. I don't do clips. We watch full form content on this channel and we talk about it. I can't be expected to have all the good ideas, so I do look to people in the chat to offer your ideas, your perspectives, your observations. If you're making good observations, or quite frankly, if you just make me laugh, well, as I said, Scott, at the beginning, I have seen it. Many people here have seen it. We're watching it again. So you guys got to listen. The point of Socialism Saturday is that we listen. We listen and we comprehend. And quite frankly, why I do these streams is that not a lot of people are listening. Oh, he didn't mean me. But that is the truth, guys. We live in a society today where there are an awful lot of people out there who are not deeply listening or actively listening to what other people are saying. All they're doing is waiting for their chance to talk. Scott, I'm not saying this about you because I know you weren't referencing me. I'm talking in general. But they're waiting for their turn to talk. And when other people are talking, what they're doing is in their head, they're not really listening to what the person is saying. They're thinking about the points that they want to make when it is their turn to talk. And so this is why there is so much miscommunication. This is why there's so much confusion. This is why neither the right nor the left really understand the other side. There was a time when the political right had a much better idea about what the left was doing. That time has long since passed. The political right doesn't listen to what the political left is saying. The political left doesn't listen to what the political right is saying. So on my channel, at least twice a week and sometimes more, we watch full form content from start to finish and we listen. We don't listen to argue. We don't listen to find clips that we can pull out of context and twist so that they don't even mean what the original intent was, so that we can score outrage points on the internet. I don't do that shit. We watch it from start to finish. We listen, we talk about it. Just because you're listening to someone and talking about their perspective does not mean you agree with it. And I think we're going to learn a lot today from Yuri Bezmenov. Even if you've seen it before, every time you watch something, you have an opportunity to learn new things about what they're saying, make observations that you didn't before. And again, what I would really like is if people would take the opportunity to watch what's going on and then in the chat. And of course, I do have chats on Rumble, on Odyssey, and on Rockfin, and I appreciate everyone watching on those platforms. The chat, if you guys want to participate in the chat, though, it's generally better on YouTube. And also, when you participate on YouTube, I can display your comments on the screen. I can't do that with the other platforms, sadly, because they haven't integrated with StreamYard yet, but YouTube has. And so if you make comments here, I will be able to see them and engage with them on the stream. But on whatever platform you're watching on, please make sure you're typing your observations into the chat. This is not just a time where I want to teach you my perspective. We all need to help each other learn this content and retain this content. That's what my community is all about. We do things together as a team. We help each other. We support each other. And, that makes everything a lot better. It makes everything a lot easier when you've got many hands doing the work instead of just a couple. So, guys, welcome to Socialism Saturday. I really appreciate you here. Yes, Joel says, rewatching is similar to rereading a book. If it's a good book or film, you will always learn something new. That's exactly right, Joel. So we're hoping to learn a lot today. I'm looking forward to learning a lot from you guys. Now, before we get started, I just want to remind everyone to make sure you are subscribed to my Substack. It is Carlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. This is my content hub. This is my home base. It is where I'm publishing the vast majority of my content. I'm still, don't get it twisted. I'm still doing YouTube videos and stuff like that. But if you are not subscribed to my Substack, you're missing out on a lot of my best content. And I published a lot today, or in the past week. Of course, we did happy hour yesterday with Jeffrey Marsh, teaching kids gender expression. Regardless of what that shill grifter Odin's man wants to tell you, I'm the one that found that. He didn't find it. That was a presentation from 6 years ago. If you haven't seen it yet, I do encourage you to watch it. Other articles I published this week. I published an article about how I became an Unwoke activist, which, I was basically updating the About page on my website, and I took a little bit of a trip down memory lane, and I walked people through how I got into doing this. Because it really is, guys, something that anyone can do. And I want people to see that. How I ended up doing this was just a series of choices where I made the easy decision to put information out there to support people who needed help, things like that. And so what my hope of showing people this is that anyone can do the things that I did and have an impact in people's lives and have an impact in the world. And the more unwoke activists we have, the better. And so if you have a chance to go and peruse some of the steps that I made to get to where I am and to do the work I'm doing, hopefully that will inspire you to do the same. If you're not inclined to do that, that's totally fine. There's other stuff you can read too. How about this story about how 6,000 public schools in the country right now, at least, are hiding your kids' gender status from you based on official school policy. That came out from Parents Defending Ed this week. I covered that. I also have an update about the Michigan Department of Education teacher training. We've got an update about FAIR. This one's a little bit inside baseball. I understand that, but I was the very first and quite frankly only person to report on the absolute corruption of the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism based on their awful CEO, whose name is Brian Bartning. I reported on this back in October of 2021. I was talking to so many whistleblowers. I was trying to, and the reason this is a big deal is FAIR is a giant organization that is supported by all these so-called anti-woke influencers that was bringing in millions and millions of dollars in fundraising and not doing anything with it, except they were putting on a public show. It was basically a branding exercise to feed this guy's ego. You may or may not know who he is. His name is Brian Bartning. So I have been following this and tracking this for a year and a half. I was the only person to talk about this publicly. I interviewed a lot of whistleblowers. I tried to get a lot of whistleblowers to talk because this is important to everyone who cares about beating back the woke ideology. It really is. If you're putting millions of dollars into an organization that is wasting that money, those are resources that can go elsewhere to people who are actually doing legitimate work. And so I do have another update that I haven't actually published. As of 5 p.m. yesterday, Brian Bartning is no longer the CEO of FAIR. And I happen to know that my reporting from October of 2021 was one of the reasons that he is no longer the CEO of FAIR. And so I'm taking a victory lap on this one because I got blacklisted from a lot of stuff after I publicly went after FAIR. Gabrielle Clark and I got blacklisted from a lot of stuff because we were two of the only people speaking up for a year and a half about what a holy terror this guy is. And it's really bad. It's bad. It's worse than anything that's been reported publicly. This is someone that got cover from the Daily Wire, that got cover from Barry Weiss, that got cover from almost every major influencer in the anti-woke space. We're supporting this asshole. And he was just doing horrible, horrible, toxic things behind the scenes. And so as of yesterday, he's out. And I am really happy to have played a small role in making that happen. And I wish more people had done the right thing. And I wish more people had spoken up because this was tens of millions of dollars wasted down the drain to follow to build this guy's ego. Anyway, that's an update, and that's the type of stuff that I do on my Substack that you are not going to find anywhere else on the internet. And so please make sure you are subscribed for free. Again, it is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. And if you want to support the work I'm doing and keep me in business, please sign up as a paying member on my Substack. You can do it for $5 a month. You can do it for $50 a year. Or you can make a bigger gift if you want to. There's options for that as well. And of course, I appreciate that. But guys, I am really trying to get 75 new paid subscribers to my Substack by the end of the month. I think I'm about 33% of the way there right now. I have to update the math. So we are on track. But I'd really like to get at least a couple more paid subscribers in on this stream today. Tomorrow, I'm going to be sending out my weekly Unwoke Roundup newsletter. It's going to look like this. And that's going to be a newsletter that shows you all of the Unwoke content that I've created for you throughout the week. So when you support my work, I do weekly updates about exactly what I'm doing and exactly what your dollar is supporting so that you know that I'm not just taking your money and going out and having cocktails, man. Just because I drink beer on the stream doesn't mean I'm wasting your money. I'm giving you content and resources in return for that donation because I really appreciate it. So tomorrow I'm going to be sending out an email that looks like this. And in this email is not only going to be a list of resources from the last week, you are also going to get an opportunity to get some supporter perks. Supporter perks for my community, and this is for everyone on every platform. You can support me on Substack, you can support me on Locals, you can support me on Patreon, you can become a channel member on the YouTube channel. You're going to get 2 weekly Zoom calls with me every single week, private, unrecorded. And that is with my community of supporters. We do them on Monday at 7 p.m. We do them on Wednesday at noon. you are going to get access to my supporter only Discord, which is the place where we not only there are group discussions throughout the week, there's a writers group, a creatives group that meets in the Discord once a week. We also do movie night. We do movie night every single Sunday at 8 p.m. I think tomorrow we're going to be watching Far and Away. We're doing an Irish movie month. So Far and Away, I think, got the most votes for what we're going to watch tomorrow. If you don't want to watch Far and Away, that's cool, man. We're going to be watching another movie next week. So you want to make sure you get into the supporter Discord. In this newsletter, when you scroll down to the bottom, for all paying supporters, you're going to get links for all of your supporter perks for the week. You can see it's covered up by a red box because I'm not logged in under my normal account, so I'm not a supporter for this one. But you can be, and you can get access to the supporter perks. So join us for movie night, join us for our supporter calls, and of course, I really appreciate it. It is the thing that keeps me in business. And if you cannot financially support my work, then I just ask that you share it. Share it with your friends, share it with your family, share it on your platforms. Even if you only have like 3 followers, make sure you're tagging me if you're sharing stuff on Twitter, because if you tag me when you share my stuff, I'm going to retweet it. So even if you only have a couple followers on Twitter, if you tag me and you show me that you're sharing my work, I'm going to retweet you. I have like 68,000 followers. So you're going to help me get a little bit more reach. So guys, that's how you can support the work I'm doing. I really do appreciate it. David says, I unsubbed from Odin last night. 2 things I can't stand, liars and thieves. I appreciate that, David. Listen, I'll never tell you who to support and who not to support. I really won't. But when someone is watching one of my live streams and literally tweeting the words coming out of my mouth as though they're his, that really pisses me off. It's unacceptable, and they shouldn't be doing that. And if you have questions about what happened on last night's stream, I did post a clip on the channel this morning, or this afternoon rather, that will show you exactly how Odin's man completely grifted on my content, was watching my stream, was clipping stuff on my stream in real time, was literally tweeting things that were coming out of my mouth, calling them his. He can go F himself. He either owes me an apology or I don't even know what. Whatever. Anyway, guys, that's all we have. Now, I want to get into the video for today. Someone did ask for bingo. Hang on, let me get Socialism Bingo up and running. So we do play bingo on the channel. Now, this might be, I don't know if we're going to, I mean, this is a little bit different. So I don't know how bingo is going to go today, but let me put the link in the chat. Here you go. And if you want to play bingo, and again, we'll just see how it goes. Click generate card. Everyone gets a unique card. You get the free square. Then we're going for lines or we're going for corners. If you get bingo, shout out bingo in the chat. Once you get bingo, we're going for blackout bingo. You don't win anything when you play bingo. It's just for fun. That's all it is. But if you want it to pass the time, there you go. All right, now let's get into it. Now, I do have a beer selection, of course, per my weekly rule. Let me pick a beer out and we can pour. I usually try to drink a red beer for Socialism Saturday, and then we'll get this party started, guys. Please mount that like button for me. I'm going to grab a beer. Hang on. I'm not going to drink all of these. Let's see. I've got a chocolatey cherry cheesecake. That could be really good. That's brewed with cherries, dark chocolate, graham cracker, milk sugar, and cream cheese. Really? Really? I've got a Neapolitan beer. I'm afraid that's going to be more brown, though. I want something red. Let's start with this one. Hang on. This is one from yesterday's stream that I didn't drink. It's called Basic Bitch. This is from Pipe Dream Brewing, and it's a sour ale with strawberries. So this beer is sure to be very, very red. Let's just see. No, bot. I banned Victor from drinking my beer. Victor drank one too many beers, and he got banned from my special beer drawer. Oh, yeah, that's nice and red. You know, my husband and I obviously do share everything because we are married. But he just drank my specialty beer one too many times when I was like thinking about it all day. I was dreaming about it. And then I go downstairs to find that he drank it the night before. And I was like, God damn it. And so we had a discussion and some rules have been set. Cheers, guys. Happy Saturday. Oh my God. You know what that tastes like? And it actually smells like it too. It tastes like a pink Starburst. It really does taste like a pink Starburst. I know, Yasmin. I know. I promised black feminism and I reneged. Like I said, this wasn't what I was planning on doing. We're gonna find a good black feminism, Yasmin. I promise. But I thought that this was a nice little palate cleanser, all right? We'll get there, Yasmin. Yasmin, I promise. Gosh. All right, guys, let's watch some Yuri Bezmenov. Hang on. We're going to start off with his interview, and then I got the lecture after that. And again, anything that you learn, please make sure to chat it in so that we can all learn together. All right, guys, let's watch. Oh, what great 80s. I love 80s music. It's like, woo!
Our conversation is with Mr. Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov. Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages.
It does sound
He had
like
an outstanding
Atari.
career
That's right.
with Novosti, which was the,
far
and still
out.
is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. One of his interesting assignments was to brainwash foreign diplomats when they visited Moscow. And he'll tell us a little bit about how they did this and how they planted information which eventually wound up in the press of the free world. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation.
I believe it's
and
1987. I could be wrong
Mr.
about that.
Mr. Bezmenov, I'd like to begin by having you tell us a little bit about some of your childhood memories.
Well, the most vivid memory of my childhood was Second World War, or to be more precise, the end of the Second World War, when all of a sudden, United States, from a friendly nation, which helped us to defeat Nazism, turned overnight into a deadly enemy. And it was very shocking because all newspapers were trying to present an image of belligerent, aggressive American imperialism. Most of the things that we were taught is that United States is aggressive power, which is just about to invade our beautiful, free socialist country, that American CIA is dropping Colorado beetles on our beautiful potato fields to eliminate our crops. And each schoolboy had a picture of Colorado bug on the back page of his notebook. And we were instructed to go into collective fields to search for those little Colorado bugs. Of course, we couldn't find any. Neither we could find many potatoes. And that was explained again by the encroachments of the decadent imperialist power. The anti-American paranoia, hysteria in the Soviet propaganda was to of such a higher degree that many less skeptical people or less stubborn would really believe that United States is just about to invade our beautiful motherland, and some secretly hope that it will come true.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Well, getting back to life inside the Soviet Union or inside communist countries in general, in this country, at the university level primarily, we read and hear that the Soviet system is different from ours, but not that different, and that there is a convergence developing between all of the systems of the world, and that really it doesn't make an awful lot of difference what system you live under because you have corruption and dishonesty and tyranny and all that sort of thing. From your personal experience, what is the difference between life under communism and life in the United States?
Well, life is obviously very much different for simple reason that the Soviet Union is a state capitalist economically. It's a state capitalism where an individual has absolutely no rights, no value. His life is nothing. It's just like an insect. He is disposable. Whereby in the United States, even the worst criminal is treated as a human being. He has a fair trial, and some of them capitalize on their crimes. They publish their memoirs in their prisons and get handsomely paid by your crazy publishers. The differences, of course, in the daily life are very various, depending on whom we are talking about. In my own private life, I never suffered from communism simply because I was brought up in a family of high-ranking military officer. Most of the doors were open for me. Most of my expenses were paid by the government, and I never had any troubles with the authorities or with the police. So in other words,
Yeah, this is a great point. State capitalism is an oxymoron. State capitalism is socialism, state control of the means of production. That's exactly right, Akshay. I appreciate you noting that. Yasmin says, you belong to the state under socialism, so what do you expect? Exactly.
I would say I enjoyed, or I had good reasons to enjoy all the advantages of so-called socialist system. My main motivations to defect had nothing to do with affluence. It was mainly moral indignation, moral protest, rebellion against the inhuman methods of the Soviet system.
Well, specifically, what did you object to?
I objected, first of all, against oppression of my own dissidents and intellectuals. And that was the most disgusting thing that I witnessed as a young man, young student, who was brought up a very troublesome period in our history, from Stalin to Khrushchev, from total tyranny and oppression.
So the suppression of dissidents and intellectuals. Can anyone think of an example that we may have heard of just this week in the Twitter hearings, hint, hint, of the United States government suppressing dissidents and intellectuals? Can anyone think about how this might be being applied, right now? Because it kind of seems like to me that the FBI and every other government agency colluded with Twitter to suppress dissidents and intellectuals. Does everyone agree with that? I think so.
To some kind of liberalization. Second, when I started working for the Soviet embassy in India, to my horror, I discovered that we are millions times more oppressive than any colonial or imperialist power in the history of mankind. That my country brings to India not freedom, progress, and friendship between the nations, but racism, exploitation, and slavery. And of course, economical inefficiency to this country. Since I fell in love with India, I developed something which by KGB standards is extremely dangerous thing. It's called split loyalty, when an agent likes a country of assignment more than his own country. I literally fell in love with this beautiful country, a country of great contrasts, but also great humility, great tolerance, and philosophical and intellectual freedoms. My ancestors used to live in caves and eat raw meat when India was a highly civilized nation 6,000 years ago. So obviously the choice was not to the advantage of my own nation. I decided to defect and to entirely dissociate myself from that brutal regime.
Mr. Bezmenov, we've read a lot about the concentration camps and the slave labor camps under the Stalin regime. Now the general impression in America is that those things are part of the past. Are they still going on today, or what is the status?
Yes. There is no qualitative change in the Soviet concentration camp system. There are changes in numbers of prisoners. Again, this is unreliable Soviet statistics. We don't know how many political prisoners are there in the Soviet concentration camps, but we sure know from various sources that at each particular time, there are close to 25 to 30 million of Soviet citizens who are virtually kept as slaves in forced labor camp system. The size of the population of a country like Canada is serving terms as prisoners.
Wow.
Incredible.
So
that's crazy. Think of the scale of that. I guess I didn't realize like the actual scale, the size of the population of Canada. That is unbelievable.
I would say that those intellectuals who try to convince American public that concentration camp system is a thing of a past are either conscientiously misleading public opinion, or they are not very intellectual people. They're selectively blind. They lack
Oh, we don't know anything about selective blindness, do we?
intellectual honesty when they say that.
Well, we've spoken about the intellectuals in this country and also the intellectuals in the Soviet Union. What about down at the broad mass level? Do the people in general, the working people, the workers in general in the Soviet Union, do they support the system? Do they tolerate it? What is their attitude?
Well, average Soviet citizen, if there is such an animal, of course, does not like the system because it hurts, it kills. He may not understand the reasons. He may not have enough information or educational background to understand. But I doubt very much there are many people who are conscientiously supporting the Soviet system. There are not such people in USSR. Even those who have all the reasons to enjoy socialism, people like myself, who were a member of journalistic elite, they also hate system for different reasons, though. Not because they lack material affluence, but because they are unfree to think, they're in constant fear, duplicity, split personality. And this is the greatest tragedy for my nation.
Well, what do you think are the chances of the people actually overcoming their system or replacing it?
There is a great possibility that system will sooner or later be destroyed from within. There is a self-destructive mechanism built into any socialist or communist or fascist system, because there is lack of feedback, because the system does not rely upon loyalty of population. But until this Soviet junta is being supported by the Western so-called imperialists, that is, multinational companies, establishments, governments, and let's face it, intellectuals, so-called academia in the United States is famous for supporting the Soviet system. As long as the Soviet junta will keep on receiving credits, money, technology, grain deals, and political recognition from all these traitors of democracy or freedom, there is no hope. There is not much hope for changes in my country, and the system will not collapse by itself simply because it's being nourished by so-called American imperialism. This is the greatest paradox in history of mankind, when capitalist world supports and actively nourishes its own destructor.
Yeah, Joel is making a great point in the chat. Thank you, Joel. Self-censorship can be considered a form of split personality when one thinks about it. We are in the midst of that now as people self-censor out of fear of reprisal. I absolutely agree with that. Like, we have the right to be wrong in this country. We have the right to think. We have the right to throw ideas out there. All of that's covered under freedom of speech. And a lot of people are not taking advantage of that because they are afraid of the consequences of it. And that's because of cancel culture. And it's true on the right and the left. It's also, I mean, obviously they're afraid of pushback from the government. But I think, honestly, a lot of people are more afraid of the social pushback than they are even from the state right now, and they keep and they censor themselves because of it. No, I'm wrong. I get things wrong, just not that often.
I think you're trying to tell us something.
Oh,
in
yes.
This country. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to tell you that it has to be stopped unless you want to.
Exactly, Fish Addict. I'm actually working on an essay for this for my Substack, in which I talk about the goal of cancel culture. The whole point of cancel culture to scare people away from their own opinions. It's not even just to scare people away from their own opinions. It's to make it very clear. Cancel culture is never about the person being canceled. I hope people understand this. Cancel culture is never just about the individual person being canceled. Cancel culture is to send a message to every single person watching. Because if it's just about the person being canceled, that's not actually a very big win. It's one person, like, who the hell cares? But if you can use cancel culture, excuse me, if you can use cancel culture to send a message to an entire population of people, That's really the goal. It's not about one, it's about the dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions that might be watching, because that's who they're trying to silence. The message is you're next. If you step out of line, if you don't do what we want you to do, if you don't say the words we want you to say, if you even dare think the thoughts, then you are going to have this happen to you. And you don't want that to happen, do you? Exactly. It's like a public hanging. Exactly. Cancel culture is making the example. Just keep your head down and be a good worker. Very good, guys.
To end up in gulag system and enjoy all the advantages of socialist equality, working for free, catching fleas on your body, sleeping on the planks of plywood in Alaska this time, I guess. That's where Americans will belong, unless they will wake up, of course, and force their government to stop aiding Soviet fascism.
Well, you told us a moment ago why you left the system. I'd like to hear the details of how you did it. It must have been a very dangerous thing.
It was not so dangerous. It was crazy. First of all, because defecting in India is virtually impossible, thanks to very strong pressure from the Soviet government.
Excuse me, you were in India. On assignment at
Yes,
that time.
I was working for the Soviet embassy in New Delhi as a press officer. And defecting for a Soviet diplomat is next to impossible. It's a suicide, as I said, because a great friend Indira Gandhi pushed a law through parliament which says, and I quote, "No defector from any country has a right of political asylum in any embassy on the territory of Indian Republic," which is a masterpiece of hypocrisy. No other defector but the Soviet one needs a political asylum. So knowing that perfectly well, I planned a craziest possible way to defect. I studied counterculture in India. There were thousands of young American boys and girls with no shoes, long hair, smoking hash and marijuana, studying sometimes.
Hang on. Andrew is saying something very interesting in the chat. Andrew, thank you for sharing this. He said, I once went out with a PhD art lecturer about 6 years back. I live in UK. She said that you'd be supported for pushing anti-capitalism based messages in your projects in terms of grants, etc. I absolutely believe that, Andrew. I did a little tiny bit of research into like universities in the UK back in 2020, because I knew someone that went through the university system, and so I just happened to look into a lot of stuff. You know, it's funny. Someone tagged me on Twitter yesterday, and they said, you know, Carlin, you live in the US, I live in the UK. It's not as bad here as it is there. You guys have a lot more of this stuff than we do. And I was like, oh, buddy, you have no idea what's going on in your own country. It's really bad in the UK. It's really bad. And part of the reason it's bad is because there is absolutely no political opposition to it. The what is the Conservative Party called in the UK? The Tories, like, they don't even oppose it. They don't even oppose it. They can't mount any defense to it at all. So there is absolutely zero political opposition to left-wing insanity in the UK. It impacts everything. And it's like, it is much worse there than it is here, and it's really bad here. So I that doesn't surprise me at all, Andrew, and I do thank you for sharing it. Akshay says, you can see a drastic change in young people's physical appearance before and after they attend and get indoctrinated in Marxism at university. They get personality change after Marxist indoctrination. Yes, I agree with you, Akshay. I think that is exactly correct. And guys, you can always, if you want to know what's going on inside a person, their external looks will always tell you. Like, I'm 41 years old. Do I look 41? I don't think I do. I could be wrong. but I can look at people that are much younger than me and they look much older than me because they have been living in this shit all day, every day for their entire lives. They look old, they age earlier, they always look angry. Like you can always tell what is going on inside a person just by looking at them. And I think that that's something that, people should keep in mind because it's a really easy indicator of like, is this person an outrage addict? Is this person angry? Is this person depressed? Is this person crazy? Is this person I want to spend time with?
Indian philosophy, sometimes simply pretending that they study. And they greatly annoyed Indian police, and they were laughing stock of Indians because obviously they were good for nothing students. I studied carefully where they congregate, what routes they travel, what language they speak, what do they smoke. And one day I simply joined a group of hippies to avoid detection of Indian police. I was dressed as a typical hippie with blue jeans, long camise shirts with all kind of nice decorations like beads, long hairs.
I want to see Yuri Bezmenov
I
dressed as
bought
a
a
hippie.
wig because for several weeks I had to turn myself from a conservative Soviet diplomat into a very progressive American hippie. And that was the only way that I could avoid detection. It was very interesting experience, but it was necessary because
Thank you, Ultra Mega Salty Army. Mount the like and share on pages you normally don't go to. Carlin, please react to Art of War. Is there just like the book? I mean, I've read the book. I have the book. Everyone should read Art of War, but is there like, do you want me to react to like a video or something? Let me know. Yeah, Jules. I'm 62. I don't look it and have been told that since my 40s. I mostly attribute it to the fact that I never have kids. Isn't that, listen, I know that there's this thing on the right where they're like, if you don't have kids by the time you're 30, your life is wasted. But I'm going to tell you what, I like my time and my money and my freedom. And I like the fact that I don't look my age. So, Jules, I'm right there with you.
from my own knowledge as a member of Soviet embassy staff, I knew that there were many cases when Soviet defectors were betrayed by Indian police, and also some Western embassies played a very dirty role in betraying the Soviet defectors. According to our information, they were some, I wouldn't call them double agents, but
I got
simply
you, Maga, Ultra
immoral
Maga.
people
We'll see.
working for this for the United States embassy, and confining in people like this would be a suicide. So I had to be extremely careful. I could not trust anyone, and that was the reason for such a crazy way to defect.
Well, had you been caught in the act of trying to get out, what would have happened to you?
Oh, most likely I would end up in concentration camp, or depending on the situation and on the whim of some bureaucrat in KGB, maybe even executed. This is normal practice, quietly, of course, not publicly. But that would be the end of my defection, of course.
Well, when did you finally make it to the United States?
In 1970, after about 6 months of debriefing in Athens by the CIA, and I presume FBI too, they let me go first to Germany, then to Canada. That was my decision. I had to change my identity to protect my family and my friends in USSR. And also, I was a little bit paranoid, knowing that both Soviet KGB and probably some double agents within American system may be after me. So I wanted to settle down as far away as possible. I requested CIA to give me some kind of new identity and just let me go on my own. And I settled in Canada. I was a student. I changed many professions, from farm help and laundry truck driver to language instructor and broadcaster for Canadian Broadcasting Corporations in Montreal.
Well, have you had any threats on your life or any
Yes.
unpleasantries?
In about 5 years, KGB eventually discovered that I am working for Canadian Broadcasting. See, I made a very big mistake. I started working for overseas service of CBC, which is similar to Voice of America, in Russian language. And of course, monitoring service in USSR picked up every new voice. Every new announcer they would make it a point to discover who he is. And in 5 years, sure enough, slowly but surely, they discovered that I am not Thomas Schumann, that I am Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, and that I'm working for Canadian Broadcasting, and undermining beautiful détente between Canada and USSR. And the Soviet ambassador Alexander Yakovlev made it his personal effort to discredit me. He complained to Pierre Trudeau, who is known to be a little bit soft on socialism. And the management of CBC behaved in a very strange, cowardly way, unbecoming to representatives of an independent country like Canada. They listened to every suggestion that Soviet ambassador gave, and they started shameful investigation, analyzing content of my broadcasts to USSR. And sure enough, they discovered that some of my statements were probably would be offending to the Soviet Politburo. So I had to leave my job. And of course, subtle intimidations. They would say something like, please cross the street carefully because, traffic is very heavy in Quebec. And fortunately, I know about the psychology and the logic of activity of the KGB, and I never allowed myself to be intimidated. This is the worst thing. This is what they expect a person, a defector, to be intimidated. Once they spot that you are scared, they keep on developing that line. Mm-hmm. And then
listen, Saul Alinsky, I know someone has mentioned Alinsky's rules for radicals. We did read it in the book club in my supporter community a while back. If you have not read Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals, you need to. In my book, Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life, I actually have 11 rules for the actively unwoke that I think are much better than the right-wing counter to Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals. And those are the rules that I guide people to fight back against this stuff. Some of them are similar and some of them are different because we have to fight from a far more principled position. Anyway, if you want my book, link is in the description below, activelyunwoke.com. Yes, it is available in audiobook. You can find it on Audible. Anyway, the point I want to make is that one of Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals is fear of the thing is worse than the thing itself. And what Yuri Bezmenov here is talking about is basically how the KGB will use mind games and tactics to be able to get inside people's heads to make them fear something that might never be coming. And I think that this is a game that a lot of us need to start playing with our enemies, to be quite honest. I first think that we need to be aware of it. Fear of cancel culture is worse than the actual experience of being canceled. Fear of reprisal is worse than the actual reprisal that you might experience in most cases. Not in all, but in the vast majority of cases, the fear of something is much worse than the actual experience of the actual thing. And so you need to be aware of that. If someone is trying to play mind games with you to get in your head, well, if you say that, there are going to be consequences for saying that. Why don't you just shut up? If you just shut up, we're going to leave you alone. But if you continue to say the words that we don't want you to say, then we can't really control the consequences of that thing. We can't really control it. No, don't play into this, Andrew. Do not play into this. See, this is one of the mistakes that conservatives and people on the right make. They say, well, you just say it's not as bad, but what if the worst possible thing happens? For the vast majority of you, the worst possible thing is never going to happen. And in saying, but what if the worst possible thing happens? What you're doing is you're creating the fear in your head that is bigger than what the actual thing is, and that's preventing you from doing anything productive. It's a mind game. You're doing it to yourself. They're doing it purposefully. They're doing it to shut you up. If everyone just started calling them on their bullshit right now, they would have no power. It's all good. It's all good. I'm glad you allowed me to use it as an example. I don't mean any offense. But I really do want people to understand this. If everyone, or even a really strong vocal minority of people, just stood up and said, we don't care what you have to say. We don't care what you do. You are not going to intimidate us to shut us up. If people just stood up and said that, they would have no power over us. The only power they have over us is when they convince us that they're more powerful than we are. They are not more powerful than we are, guys. They're not. The problem is that too many people are afraid because of what they imagine is going to happen. Now, I want to look at the flip side of this. I get in trouble sometimes because I talk about psychological fuckery. I talk about playing psychological mind games. I have a whole website called Art of the Trigger. You can find it at artofthetrigger.com. in which I flat out talk about playing psychological mind games. I talk about using psychology against these people. I talk about trying to trigger your enemies, trying to use exactly the same tactics that they use with us. The fear of the thing is worse than the thing itself. You can use their tactics against them. But a lot of people don't want to do it because they're like, we are too good to use psychology against them, or it's evil to use psychology. Do you know how many times I've been called evil by conservatives for saying, why aren't we fucking with their heads? Why aren't we using the same psychological tactics that they're using against us, against them? I would teach this stuff all day, every day. I love these games. I'm a psychologist, man. I love playing these psychological games. And what if we could weaponize the psychology of this situation in exactly the same way they are? What's preventing us from doing it? Nothing, except this weird kind of like, well, you know, if we can't beat them without using psychological fuckery, we're just lowering ourselves to their standard. Like, why? Why is psychological fuckery not a good solid tactic when they're using it against us all day, every day? Why don't we want to give them a taste of their own medicine? Why don't we want to screw with their heads? Why don't we want them to make them afraid of what we will do to them if they don't cut the shit? Now, you have to do it from a completely principled place. You don't screw with people just for the sake of screwing with people. We have to have some values and some ethics about the way we want to do it. But if someone is trying to screw with you and F up your life, then there is nothing wrong with giving them a taste of their own medicine. And there are easy ways to do it that I can teach you. You can look at artofthetrigger.com. I don't write on it that much because I have like 8,000 different things I'm doing, but I do write on it every once in a while. And I have videos on this channel that are talking about playing psychological mind games and how you gain power over people by playing psychological mind games. I think we should be doing more of it, not less. That's just my opinion. Let me know if you agree. All right, guys, mount that like button for me. This is Socialism Saturday. We are watching Yuri Bezmenov talk about how all the ways in which the Soviet Union is trying to F with us.
Eventually, you either have to give up entirely and work for them, or they neutralize you. They would definitely stop all kind of political activity, which they failed to do in my case, because I was stubbornly working for the Canadian Broadcasting. And in response to their intimidations, I said that, look, this is a free country and I am as free as you are. And I also can drive very fast. And gun control is not yet established in Canada. So I had a couple of good shotguns in my basement.
See, this was back in the day.
Welcome to visit me someday with your Kalashnikovs machine guns. So obviously it didn't work. Intimidation didn't work. So they tried different approach, as I described. They approach on the highest level, on the level of Canadian bureaucracy.
And on that level, they were successful.
On that level, they were successful. On individual level, they failed flat.
Mr. Bezmenov has brought a series of slides with him that he has taken from the Soviet Union, and I think this is a good time to take a look at the slides.
Yes.
Now, the viewers will be able to see these slides as we talk about them.
Yes, this is.
You guys think that, do you guys think that Justin Trudeau hasn't seen this interview? Of course he's seen this interview. His father's Fidel Castro. You are not going to convince me otherwise. I absolutely believe that Justin Trudeau is Fidel Castro's son. There are too many coincidences around it. Of course he's seen this interview.
There's a collection of slides which are, some of them are snapshots from my family album. Some of them are documents which I smuggled from the Soviet embassy. And some are reproductions from local mass media. I usually show them to establish my credibility as a defector. This is a picture of my native town, Mytishi, about 20 miles north from Moscow. Characteristically, there's a statue of Comrade Lenin in the central square. This is myself at the age of 7, again, characteristically, and the statue of Comrade Stalin extending his friendly hand to peoples of the world. At that age, of course, I was still idealistically minded young communist, and I still believe that sooner or later things will go for better. But I realized that the system stinks, that something is fishy, and that ideology is fake. And the propaganda about advanced Soviet agriculture simply didn't meet the criteria of reality. If they talk about abundance of food and there is none in the stores, there must be something wrong. My father was, he's on the left here, my father was officer of the General Staff of the Soviet Army. He was inspector of land forces, Soviet troops stationed in countries like Mongolia, Cuba, East European countries. Were he alive today, most likely he would be inspecting Soviet troops in Nicaragua, Angola, and many other parts of the world. Fortunately, he died and he didn't see the disgrace, because deep inside he was a Russian patriot. He didn't like the idea of expanding Soviet military might, especially in the areas where we were not welcomed at all. Unlike many other military officers, he was reporting directly to the Minister of Defense, bypassing KGB and diplomatic service. In other words, he was a trusted military professional. And my impression that this type of people are much less hawkish and adventuristic than party bureaucrats in Kremlin. When American mass media describes Soviet military as potentially dangerous counterpart for Pentagon, I simply laugh, because I know better. I know that the most dangerous part of the Soviet power structures are not military at all. Most likely, if they come to power in my country, they'll be more sensible negotiators for nuclear disarmament and withdrawal of the Soviet troops from many parts of the world.
But if someone from the party structure or the KGB structure were to give the orders for a military
they have to obey,
they would follow,
because they are professional military. But you see, the triangle of power and hate in USSR is the party at the top, the party elite, the oligarchy of the party, then the military, and the KGB at the bottom. They hate each other. And the most hated triangle, the most hated corner.
They hate each other. It's kind of like the way our government is set up, isn't it? Let's see. Dr. K, have you ever seen the 45 Communist Goals for America? I have seen it. I haven't looked at it closely. I probably should look at it a little bit more closely than I have. And I do thank you for reminding me of it, Milo, because I did see it. I think I saw, the Blaze actually did something on it like not too long ago where they were like, just a reminder. And I was like, oh, I should cover that on my channel. And then I forgot. So I do appreciate the reminder.
Of the triangle is the Communist Party bureaucrats. They are the most adventuristic, senile megalomaniacs. They can start war. I wouldn't be surprised. Not the military. They know what war is. At least my father did. This is the picture taken at the entrance of my Institute of Oriental Languages. It's a part of Moscow State University. I graduated in 1963. And now,
excuse me, which one were you on?
I am
on the right.
Obviously,
and on the left is my my schoolmate Vadim Smirnov, who later was an apparatchik in the Central Committee of the Soviet Union Communist Party.
What is an apparatchik?
it's a functionary, something like civil service in British Empire. Someone who is never fired from the service. He stays there internally. He may not be promoted too high, but he's a dependable.
Oh, it's kind of. Oh, are you saying, Yuri, that bureaucrats are never fired? Huh? It's kind of like how Trump was not allowed to fire people who worked for him in the federal government.
Bureaucrat will stay forever. I studied not only languages but also history, literature, even music. I'm on this picture. I'm trying to learn how to play Indian musical instrument. I even tried to look like an Indian when I was second year student.
Wow.
Yes, actually, it was strongly encouraged by the instructors in my school, because the graduates of my school were later on employed as diplomats, foreign journalists, or spies. As every Soviet student, I was, quote unquote, volunteering for harvesting grain in Kazakhstan. This is a biggest agricultural blunder of the Soviet government. But I didn't have much choice, of course, because the communist motto borrowed from the Bible says, "Those who do not work shall not eat." And you can see me eating, therefore I was working, and you can see how happy I was about it. I went through a very extensive physical and military training, including the military games in areas, suburban areas of Moscow. And here, for example, we are on a tour in Arkhangelsk area. And by the end of my training in school, I was recruited by the KGB. This picture was taken on that day, and you can see again how happy it feels to be recruited by the KGB.
Our conversation with Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, who is a defector from the Soviet Union, a former propaganda agent
so much
for
synth
Novosti
and
and the KGB, will continue after this message.
We need great music like this today. This is like way better than hip hop. I'm sorry for people who like hip hop, but like this like synthy, like you know, electronic music from the 80s is the best.
All right. As every student in USSR, I went through very extensive physical and military training and civil defense training too. Unlike in United States, where civil defense is virtually non-existent, zero. In USSR, every student, whatever is major subject, has to go through very extensive 4-year military and civil defense training. You can see me here with a group of students during one of the war games near Moscow. The main idea, of course, is to prepare a huge reserve army of the USSR. Each student has to graduate as a junior lieutenant. In my case, it was administrative and military intelligence service. My first assignment was to India as a translator with the Soviet Economical Aid Group, building refinery complexes in Bihar state and Gujarat state. At that time, I was still naively, idealistically believing that what I was doing contributes to the understanding and cooperation between the nations. It took me quite a number of years to realize that what we were bringing to India was a new type of colonialism, 1,000 times more oppressive and exploitative than any colonialism or imperialism in history of mankind. But at that time, I was still hoping that, well, maybe it's not that bad, could be worse, and things may go for better. And I even tried to implement the beautiful Marxist motto, proletarians of all the countries unite. I tried to unite with a nice Indian girl, and I was fascinated by Indian culture, by the family life in this country. But obviously, Communist Party had different plans for my genes, so I had to marry this beautiful Russian girl. In the span of my career, I married 3 times. Most of these marriages were marriages of convenience on advice from the Department of Personnel.
Wow.
This is normal practice in USSR. When a Soviet citizen is assigned to a foreign job, he has to be married, either to keep family in USSR as hostages, or if it's a convenience marriage like mine, so that the husband and wife are virtually informers on each other to prevent defection or contamination by decadent imperialist or capitalist ideas. In my case, I hated that girl so much.
When we almost watched another abolition of the family thing today. That was actually what I was thinking about watching. Um, why do you might think why like what parallels can you see between abolition of the family, which is something that we have talked a lot about on Socialism Saturday, because abolition of the family is quite frankly one of the absolute creepiest things that Marxists want to do. But what parallels can you see between abolition of the family and forcing your citizens into marriages of convenience so that they can inform upon each other to the government? Because to me, it's like it's just logical. It's like if the state can control your children, like that's going to like whether or not you can have children, when you can have children, all that sort of thing. I mean, this is basically the same thing. They are trying to make people beholden to the state before they are to their own family. Yeah, also selective breeding, that's a really good observation, but it's all about control of the state. They're trying to abolish any emotional ties that people have to each other that are stronger than the ties and the loyalty that they have towards the state. So it's kind of like the goal is the same. Exactly, Joel. The family unit is a competitor to the state. Furthermore, marriage of convenience harkens back to Plato's Republic, if I recall correctly. Well, I hadn't thought about that connection, Joel, but that's certainly something to think about. Yeah, put people together that hate each other. Exactly.
Much that the moment I landed in Moscow, we were divorced, and I married later, second time. By the end of my first assignment in India, I was promoted to the position of public relation officer. You can see me here translating a speech by a Soviet boss.
And you're on the right.
I'm on the right here, yes. And the occasion was commissioning of the refinery complex in Bihar, Barauni. Back in Moscow, I was immediately recruited by Novosti Press Agency, which is a propaganda and ideological subversion front for the KGB. 75% of the members of the Novosti are commissioned officers of the KGB. The other 25 are, like myself, co-opted agents who are assigned to specific operations. In this particular case, you can see me talking to students of Lumumba Friendship University in Moscow. This is a huge school under the direct control of the KGB and Central Committee, where future leaders of the so-called national liberation movements are being educated and selected carefully. And some of them have this, for example, is a group of students from Lumumba. They don't look like students at all. They look more like military, and that's exactly what they were. They were dispatched back to their countries to be leaders of the so-called national liberation movements, or to be translated into normal human language, leaders of international terrorist groups. Another area of activity when I was working for the Novosti was to accompany groups of so-called progressive intellectuals, writers, journalists, publishers, teachers, professors of colleges. You can see me here in Kremlin. I'm second on the left, with a group of Pakistani and Indian intellectuals. Most of them pretended they don't understand that we are actually working on behalf of the Soviet government and the KGB. They pretended that they are actually being guests, VIP intellectuals, that they are treated according to their merits and their intellectual abilities. For us, they were just a bunch of political prostitutes to be taken advantage for various propaganda operations. Therefore, you can see perfectly well.
For us, they were a bunch of political prostitutes to be taken advantage of for propaganda purposes. That says there's so much to like unpack there and think about. But I guess the main question I have is this. Do you really think that our government isn't doing the same thing? Because it kind of feels like our government's doing exactly the same thing, doesn't it? They all think they're there for their own merit, but they're just political puppets to be used, and that's how we see them. They're just pawns to be used.
Well, the senior colleague of mine on the left doesn't really have that much respect on his face, and myself with a very skeptical smile, typical KGB sarcastic smile, anticipating another victim of ideological brainwashing. This is how a typical conference in Novosti headquarters in Moscow looked like. Sitting in the middle is Boris Burkov, the then director of Novosti press agency, high-ranking party bureaucrat in the Department of Propaganda. I am standing next to a famous Indian poet, Sumitranandan Pant. He was famous because he was an author. He was the author of a famous poem titled Rhapsody to Lenin. That's why he was invited to USSR, and everything was paid by the Soviet government. Pay special attention to number of bottles on the table. This is one of the ways to kill the awareness or curiosity of foreign journalists. One of my functions was to keep foreign guests permanently intoxicated the moment they land at Moscow airport. I had to take them to the VIP lounge and toast to friendship and understanding between the nations of the world. Glass of vodka, then a second glass of vodka. And in no time, my guests would be feeling very happy. They would see everything in kind of pink, nice color. And that's the way I had to keep them permanently for the next 15 or 20 days. At a certain point in time, I had to withdraw alcohol from them so that some of them who are the most recruitable would feel a little bit shaky, guilty, trying to remember what they were talking last night. That's the time to approach them with all kind of nonsense, such as joint communique or statement for Soviet propaganda. That's the time they are the most flexible. And
exactly. They got them drunk and they use them. Exactly. Is that why we drink? No, we drink because it's hard watching this much content every week, and I like the occasional, I like beer. I like craft beer. It's an opportunity more than anything else. And maybe, no. I mean, it's just fun. It makes it fun. That's all. Yes, as I raise my pink glass of my strawberry beer, cheers, everyone. The difference is I drink once or twice a week. I'm not perpetually drunk for days at a time.
of course, what they didn't understand, they didn't realize or pretended not to realize, that myself, who was drinking together with them, was not drinking at all. I had ways to get rid of alcohol through various techniques, including special pills which were given to me by my colleagues. But they were taking it seriously. In other words, they would consume quite a large volumes of alcohol and feel quite uneasy next morning. In 1967, the KGB attached me to this magazine, Look magazine. A group of 12 people arrived to USSR from United States to cover the 50th anniversary of October Socialist Revolution in my country. From the first page to the last page, it was a package of lies, propaganda cliché, which were presented to American readers.
We don't know anything about the media overtly lying to us, do we? Has the media lied to us lately and basically become propaganda outlets for the state, where they just print lie after lie after lie after lie after lie, and there's nothing you can do about it? We have no experience with this at all.
As opinions and deductions of American journalists. Nothing could be far from truth. These were not opinions. They were not opinions at all. They were the cliches which the Soviet propaganda wants American public to think that they think. If it does make any sense at all. It sure does, because from the viewpoint of the Soviet propaganda, although there are some subtle criticism of the Soviet system, The basic message is that Russia today is a nice, functioning, efficient system supported by majority of population. That's the biggest lie. And of course, American intellectuals and journalists from Look magazine elaborated on that untruth in various different ways. They intellectualized that lie.
Given what we're watching right now, and given that Putin came from the KGB, does anyone find it interesting that the conservative right is so quick to support Russia because the left supported Ukraine, and the conservative right was like, if you're going to support Ukraine, we're going to support the opposite of Ukraine, and they started supporting Russia? And apparently, according to the conservative right, and quite frankly, many libertarians, and I'm not happy about this because I do not agree with it. According to them, Putin is really the good guy here, and really the problem is Ukraine. Now, make no mistake, I don't think we should be involved in Ukraine at all, in any way. I don't think we should be involved at all. I don't think we should be sending them money. I don't think I can list you influencers. Just because you don't know of anyone personally does not mean that it's not happening. Anyway, does anyone find that a little ironic? That we all know that Putin came from the KGB. We know exactly what they were up to, but still, because the left doubled down so hard on Ukraine, the right, which backlashes predictably against anything the left does, they don't stand on principle. They just say, what does the left think? What is the left like? Oh, we are the opposite of the left. Guys, if you try to create a political party or a political movement around everything my political opponent says and does is bad, you are going to end up putting yourself in some really untenable positions that are going to hurt you, because you're not doing it because out of principle. You're not doing it for anything other. Everything that my enemy says is bad. And guess what, guys? Sometimes people that you don't like are going to say things that are actually good. A broken clock is right twice a day. This is why I'm so careful to give credit where credit is due. If someone that I hate says something good, I'm like, all right, more power to you. Because just because I have personal feelings about them doesn't mean what they're saying is wrong. They can still get things right too. But if we're just in a constant state of backlashing against our political enemy, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, without thinking for ourselves and saying, what is actually the principled position here? Then you're going to end up putting yourself in really untenable positions, like supporting Russia. Doesn't seem like a good idea to me. But hey, other people beg to differ. Native to the South, when did the right become the anti-war party? The right isn't the anti-war party. They're not the anti-war party. Did you see how many Republicans just voted, I think yesterday or the day before, to not withdraw troops from Syria? Did you see how many Republicans were wearing Ukraine flags and voted to send our money to Ukraine? Again, how many hundreds of billions of dollars have we sent Ukraine now? The right isn't the anti-war party. There's no anti-war party except for the libertarians. The libertarians are the only anti-war party that exists in this country. And even a lot of them are coming out on the side of Russia, which I don't think is a good look at all. I don't agree with it at all. I stopped working on the LPNH Twitter account and I left the communications committee because they were pushing all of the pro-Russia propaganda bullshit, and I disagreed with it. So I was like, F it, I'm out. My husband's from Ukraine. I'm not being involved in this. There are other reasons too, but that was a big one. Is I was really pissed off that every single day on the LPNH Twitter, I was seeing Nazis, 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 Nazis. And I was like, I can't support this. I'm sorry. That's my husband's country. You absolute assholes. And so that was one of the reasons I left the communications committee in the LPNH, because they were constantly pushing this position. They're still pushing this position today. I vehemently disagree with it. And I don't think we should be involved at all. But I certainly don't think that we should be taking the side of effing Russia. Fish Addict, tip for being right about who's pro and anti-war. Thank you, Fish Addict. I appreciate that.
They found all kinds of justifications for telling lies to American public.
Excuse me, it was partly your job to make sure that they got these ideas,
yes,
and accepted them as their own ideas.
Right. Actually, even before they arrived to USSR, and they paid astronomical sum of money for that visit, they were submitted, this Novosti Press Agency developed so-called backgrounders, 25 pages of information and opinions, which were presented to the journalists even before they bought their tickets to Moscow. They had to analyze the situation, and judging on their reaction to that backgrounder, the local Novosti representative or local Soviet diplomat in Washington, D.C. would assess whether they be given visa to USSR or not.
So but they were selected ahead of time.
Yes, they were pre-selected very carefully, and there is not much chance for honest journalists to arrive to USSR and to stay there for 1 year and to bring this package of lies back home. This, for example, is a centerfold of the Look magazine. They presented this monument erected by Communist Party in Stalingrad as the symbol, personification of Russian military might. And they said in the article, which is published on the site, that Soviets are very proud of the victory in the Second World War. This is another big myth, a lie. No sensible people would be proud to lose 20 millions of their countrymen in a war which was started by Genoese Hitler and Comrade Stalin and paid by American multinationals. Most of the Soviet citizens look at this type of monuments with disgust and sorrow, because every family lost father, brother, sister, or child in the Second World War. Yet American journalists who were trying to appease, to please their hosts, presented this picture on the centerfold as the symbol and personification of Soviet national, they call it Russian national spirit. And it was greatest misconception and a very tragic misunderstanding. Of course, Look magazine was not distributed in USSR. The main audience was in the United States. But I presume that many Americans, millions of Americans who were reading Look magazine at that time, had absolutely wrong idea about the sentiments of my nation, about what the Soviets are proud of and what they hate. This is a group, you see the same lady with the sword in Stalingrad. This is the group of journalists. Myself is in the center with the same devilish smile. And Mr. Philip Harrington is on the extreme left there with his camera. This is the gentleman which was so deaf or so uninterested in what I had to say to him.
Okay, guys, I just want to pause real quick to let you know that for some reason, my chat in StreamYard is not updating with your chats. And so until this problem resolves itself, I won't be able to display chats on the screen, but I do have them up and I can see them. I just want to let you know that, like, if I'm not displaying chats on the screen, it's because it's not updating with the chats. And usually this will resolve itself at some point. But I hope you guys just, like, you know, hang in there, keep chatting in your ideas, and I'll keep discussing them as I can, and I hopefully this will fix itself. All right, let's keep going.
It's the same picture, a blow up of the same picture. Many guests from various countries, in this particular case from Asia and Africa, were taken by me as a Novosti Press Agency employee for a tour across Siberia, for example. We would show them typical kindergarten, you see, nothing special by American standards, just nice children sitting, eating their breakfast or lunch. What they could not understand, or they pretended not to understand, that this is an exemplary kindergarten.
Thank you,
This is not the kindergarten for average person or average family in USSR. And we maintain that illusion in their minds. You can see myself under the red spot in the middle there with the same business-like expression. I'm on I'm doing my job. That's what I'm assigned to do, and that's what I was paid to do. But deep inside, I still hope that at least some of these useful idiots would understand that what they are looking at has nothing to do with the level of affluence in my nation. This is a better...
Guys, I'm just going to try reloading my StreamYard real quick. And what's going to happen is basically the stream isn't going to go down or anything. I just really want to be able to see the chat messages in here because it makes it a lot easier for me to communicate with you guys throughout the stream. So I'm just going to reload it real quick. You should just see a flicker. The stream isn't going to go down. Sit tight. And hopefully we can fix the problem. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, it fixed it. Now I can see the chat again. Yay! All right. Let's get the stream pulled back up. I don't know why it did that. I've never actually seen StreamYard do that before. All right, guys, we are watching Yuri Bezmenov. We are rewatching the interviews. I know that many of you have seen the interviews. I also have a lecture that he did pulled up after this. And what we're doing is we're kind of just like, for some of you, this will be a rewatch. For some of you, this will be new information. Yuri Bezmenov was a Soviet defector back in the day. This was from the 80s. I think this is from 1984. And so what we're doing is we're kind of listening to what Yuri's talking about. He's in the KGB. He's telling us the Soviet mind control and effery tactics that might be highly relevant to what we're experiencing in the world today. So make sure you're paying attention. If you have ideas about what Yuri is saying and how that applies to our everyday circumstances, make sure to chat them in and we'll display them on the screen and we'll talk about it. And let's keep going.
Picture which reflects the true spirit of the Soviet childhood. This picture was printed in a Canadian government publication by mistake. In the middle, you can see children playing on a small courtyard, and the caption goes, "This is a typical kindergarten in Siberia." What this
I
idiots
spoke too
didn't
soon. It
understand,
did not actually
that
fix
it
the
is
chat.
not kindergarten
well.
at all.
We'll just have to make
It is a
do.
prison for children of political prisoners.
Really?
But there was...
That's a prison for kindergarteners, for children of political prisoners? What the hell? Wow. Now, I know that this happened maybe like several weeks ago. Did you guys see that Lauren Southern's parents were banned from Airbnb for being related to Lauren Southern, essentially? Like, how crazy is that? And the reason I bring this up, also in North Korea, they punish the families of political prisoners for 3 generations. So it's like they were doing this in Russia too. Do you really think this isn't going to happen in the United States at some point? When I absolutely would not be surprised.
Not a single mentioning that what they were visiting actually was an area of concentration camps. And the job of people like myself to help them to not to notice that they are actually talking to prisoners. Most of the children were dressed, especially on the occasion of the foreigners' visit. Of course, there were no corpses on the ground. There were no machine gun guards. And it looks not very pleasant, as you see. It looks dull, but obviously it does not create an impression that this is actually a prison.
Well, did any of the journalists have the curiosity to ask about prisons and that kind of thing?
Yes.
They were in Siberia. This
Yes.
is what you associate.
Some of them asked questions, and naturally we would give them, for the stupid question, we give them stupid answer. No, there are no prisons in Siberia. No, most of the people who you see are free citizens of USSR. They're very happy to be here, and they are contributing to the glory of the socialist system. Some of them pretended that they believe what I was telling them. And
they probably weren't pretending.
Most of them, we may discuss it later. What are the motivations of these people? Why would they stubbornly bring lies to their own population through their own mass media? I have various answers to this. There is not a single explanation. It's a complex of explanations. It's fear, pure biological fear. They understand that they are on the territory of an enemy state, a police state. And just to save their rotten skins and their miserable jobs, their affluence back home, they would prefer to tell a lie than to ask truthful questions. And
I think that a lot of people underestimate the role that fear plays for the vast majority of journalists and, quite frankly, influencers out there. I mean, I met so many conservative influencers that would talk a great game online. They would say all the right things online. And then when it actually came time to speak up and do the right thing, they ran away. They made excuses. They lied. Do you guys let's take the example of FAIR. Like I said at the beginning, I talked to people, for those who just joined, I talked about how the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, which is this giant anti-woke, well, so-called anti-woke organization that popped up in 2020, that everyone is like, FAIR is going to save us all. And they had all of these conservative influencers, like every single high-profile person in the anti-woke space was connected to FAIR in some way. Except the problem was, FAIR was being run by an absolute toxic, narcissistic tyrant. Everyone knew about it. When I say everyone knew about it. I talked to a lot of them behind the scenes. Everyone knew about it. Everyone knew that they were sinking tens of millions of dollars and the hopes and dreams of so many people into this one organization. Everyone knew about it. No one was willing to speak publicly about it because they were all afraid. No one was willing to stand up and say, this is wrong, and this is not going to help, and this is just one organization. We're not even talking about the government. We're not even talking about the state. This was one organization that could have been changed a year and a half ago if everyone who knew what was going on just spoke up and said something, but they didn't because they were all fucking cowards. And the state knows this. Because when the government is threatening you, the fear is a lot worse than the random toxic CEO of one organization. They know people aren't going to speak up. You think that Jesse Kelly would actually do the things that he talks about on his show? No, he wouldn't. He just wants you to think that he would, because that creates his tough guy, macho, uber conservative, authoritarian image. These people are never going to do the right thing because they're all afraid. They just talk about it. They make you believe that they would, so that you sacrifice yourself, because they do believe there's a problem, but they just aren't going to do anything to fix it, because that would sacrifice their money and their status. Yeah, exactly. They're keyboard warriors. Nothing more.
And report truthful information. Second, most of these schmucks were afraid to lose their jobs, because obviously, if you tell truth about my country, you will not last long as a correspondent of New York Times or Los Angeles Times. They will fire you. What kind of correspondent are you? You obviously cannot find common language with Russians if they kick you out in 24 hours. So just by trying to be conformist to their own editorial bosses, they tried not to offend the sentiments of the Soviet administrators and people like myself. Deep inside, I hope they would insult my or offend my sentiments. Obviously, they preferred not to. Another reason, I refuse to believe it, but obviously, there is another reason. Obviously, it's a greed. These people earn a lot of money. When they come back to USA, they claim that they are experts in my country. They write books which sells in million copies, titled like Russians, The Truth About Russia. Most of it is lie about Russia. Yet they claim to be Sovietologists. They play back myth about my country, the propaganda cliches. Yet they stubbornly resist the word of truth. If a person like
Luke in the chat, and again, guys, I can't display the chats on the screen right now because they're not loading for some reason, but Luke in the chat says that they're all betas from Brave New World. Luke, that is one of the best examples that I've seen in a long time. The journalists the influencers, the well, they're not blue checks anymore because we're all blue checks now, mother effers. But like the people with status, the opinion leaders, the thought leaders, the Jack Posobics of the world, the Jesse Kellys, they're all betas from Brave New World. There are a few really smart people here and there, but most of them are the betas from Brave New World, which were like, they're not the dumbest ones. We're not talking like, you know, epsilon semi-morons or anything. They're not stupid people, but they are not the brightest crowns in the box either. There are people that can be easily tricked. There are people that can be that are, it's very easy for them to ignore things that are inconvenient for whatever they want at any given time. They're willing to obfuscate the truth. They will deflect over and over and over and over and over again. They will never answer a question straightly. They'll lie to you. And when they lie to you, and this has happened to me with some influencers, when they lie to you, it's one of those things where you know they're lying and they are really so fucking dumb that they honestly don't think that you are smart enough to know that they're lying. I have had so many influencers with millions of followers, millions, lie to my face. And I sit there and smile and I let them lie to me because they are too fucking stupid to understand that I know that they're lying. And they just gave me all of the information that I need to never, ever, ever trust them again, to know exactly what side they're on, to know that they're a coward that will never stand up for anything that they claim to care about. Josie in the chat says, "Hi, Carlin. I'm surprised you didn't know some of this." Josie, I literally am saying that I know this. Again, Josie, we got to open our ears. I don't know how you think that I didn't know some of this when I literally said some of this. Literally said in your message, I don't know that I knew that. Again, guys, everyone's got to open their ears. Everyone's got to actually listen for what's being said. We don't listen for gotcha moments. We don't listen for like clips. We actually actively listen on this channel. But yeah, a lot of your influencers are cowards, and I really hope people understand that. All good, Josie. I appreciate the you saying you misheard. Yeah. North Korea is crazy. If you, I've looked, I used to be kind of like, there was a time. Did you guys know that North Korea? So I used to run marathons back in the day when I was still running. And did you guys know that North Korea used to do a marathon where you would buy a whole trip package, and they would get together like this group of American runners, and they would fly you over and they put you up and you do a marathon running around Pyongyang. And I was like this effing close to doing it. I was so close to doing it. I was like, can you imagine running a marathon in North Korea? Like how crazy and probably weird that would be. Anyway, around that time, I was watching a lot of stuff about North Korea. North Korea is truly fascinating. If you ever get a chance to study it, it's crazy. But probably best in hindsight, because you all know that I probably would have gotten arrested and thrown in jail for something if I had ever gone to North Korea. Probably worked out for the best in the long run.
Solzhenitsyn is either defecting or kicked out of USSR. They try all their best to discredit him and to discourage him. I don't have much chance to appear on national network with a true story about my country. But a useful idiot like Hendrik Smith or Robert Kaiser, they are big heroes. They come back from USSR. They say, oh, we were talking to dissidents in Russia. Big deal. Soviet dissidents are chasing American correspondents in the streets, and they're cowardly escaping from these contacts. For some strange reason, if you want to know more about Spain, you refer to Spanish writers. If you want to learn more about French, you read French writers. Even about Antarctica, I bet you would read penguins. Only about the Soviet Union, for some strange reason, you read Hendricks and Schmendricks and all kind of Kissingers, because they claim that they know more about
just
my
called
country.
out
They know
Kissinger. I
nothing
love it.
or next to nothing, or they pretend that they know more than they actually do. I would say they are dishonest people who lack integrity and common sense and intellectual honesty. They bring back all kind of stories like that. A kindergarten in Siberia. Omitting the most important fact, it's a prison for children of political prisoners. Another greatest example of monumental idiocy of American politicians. Edward Kennedy was in Moscow, and he thought that he is a popular, charismatic American politician who is easygoing, who can smile, dance at the wedding in Russian Palace of Marriages. What he did not understand, or maybe he pretended not to understand, that actually he was being taken for a ride. This is a staged wedding, especially to impress foreign media or useful idiots like Ed Kennedy. Most of the guests there, they had security clearance, and they were instructed what to say to foreigners. This is exactly what I was doing. You can see me in the same damn wedding palace in Moscow where Ed Kennedy was dancing here. You see, smiling. He thinks he's very smart. From the viewpoint of Russian citizens who observe this idiocy, he's narrow-minded, egocentrical idiot who tries to earn his own popularity through participation in propaganda farces like this. Here you can see myself. On the right, again, exemplary Soviet bride. On the left, 3 journalists from various countries, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Obviously, they enjoying the situation. They will go back home and write the reports. We were present on a regular Soviet wedding. They were not present on a regular Soviet wedding. They were present, they were part of a farce, of a circus performance. Another thing which I had to sometimes risking my life to explain to foreigners. Time magazine, for example, is very critical of South African racist regime. The whole article was dedicated to the shameful internal passport system where blacks are not allowing to live with whites. For some strange reason, for the last 14 years since my defection, nobody wanted to pay attention to my passport. This is my passport. It also shows my nationality, and it has a police rubber stamp, which is called propiska in Russian language, which assigns me to a certain area of residence. I cannot leave that area, same way as this black man cannot leave the area in South Africa. Yet we call South African government racist regime. Not a single
South African
Jane Schmonda or
hang
Fonda.
on. The South African government was pretty effing racist. I think we can all agree on that. Yuri Bezmenov isn't right about everything. I'm sorry. To say the South African government under apartheid wasn't racist? Yuri, come on.
Is brave enough, courageous.
That's an example, guys, where like you really need to make sure to question everything. Just because he's giving us a lot of useful information, and just because we agree with a lot of what he says, doesn't mean he's right about everything. Okay? We always have to be careful of this.
Enough to come to media and say, look, this is what happens in USSR. I send a copy of my passport to many American liberals and civil rights defenders and all the other useful idiots. They never bothered to answer me back. This shows what kind of integrity, what kind of honesty these people are. They're a bunch of hypocrites because they don't want to recognize a good example of racism in my country. This is the first stage of befriending a professor. You can see myself on the left with the same James Bond smile. On the right is my KGB supervisor, Comrade Leonid.
I love it. I love that Yuri Bezmenov is like, that's me on the left. You can tell me because of my James Bond smile. A spy with a sense of humor. You gotta love it.
Leonid Mitrokhin, and in the middle, a professor of political science in Delhi University. The next stage would be to invite him to a gathering of Indo-Soviet Friendship Society. There he is, sitting next to his wife, before he is being sent to USSR for free trip. Everything is paid by the Soviet government. He was made to believe that he is invited to USSR because he's a talented, sober-thinking intellectual. Absolutely false. He is invited because he is a useful idiot, because he would agree and subscribe to most of the Soviet propaganda cliché. And when he is coming back to his own country, he is going for years and years to teach the beauties of Soviet socialism to newer and newer generations of his students.
Let me tell you what. Okay, so this just resonated with me, and I don't know that some of you are going to like the reason why it resonated with me. And I've talked about this before. During 2020, I was on all the conservative shows. I was charted all over the country. I had a PragerU video made about me. I was lifted up as an example of the Democrat, the Democrat who went to a Trump rally and came to her senses and left the left and blah 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 blah. This happened for over a year of my life. And I went along with it because I thought it was the right thing to do, because I thought that Donald Trump was going to be fundamentally better for the country than Joe Biden. And I was like, you know what? Sometimes when you are presented opportunities, you stand up and do the right thing. In retrospect, and I've talked about this before, I feel extremely used by the conservative right, by conservative media, by all of these outlets who they used me to advance talking points. And what resonated with me with this is Yuri Bezmenov said he thought he was invited on his merits. He thought he was invited because, he did a good job and that was being acknowledged, but he was really invited because he was a useful idiot. And I look back at the conservative right and how they trotted me around and lifted me up as the example, only to smear me, defame me, do everything. As soon as I stopped saying the talking points that they wanted me to say, and believe me, it was made extremely clear to me what I needed to say to make money and to continue to be lifted up. It was made extremely clear to me because they all thought I was a useful idiot. They all thought I couldn't see through the bullshit. They all thought I would sell out and take the money and take the fame and take all of this. And that really makes me sad. Because the minute that I stopped saying the talking points that they wanted me to say, and I left, and I said, you guys are on, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm not being your Democrat who left the left. I'm not doing this anymore. The backlash was severe and it lasted for 2 effing years. 2 years. I have only recently, and we're talking within the last several months, I have only recently recovered from the backlash that I've got from the conservative right for leaving. And it still pops up every once in a while. It still pops up when people parrot the talking points about me. I still hear about it. It took 2 years of my life to recover from refusing to be their useful idiot. Well, Fish Addict says, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't many Trump supporters treat you very respectfully before they knew who you were? I'm thinking about the Manchester rally. And then those same people started smearing me and defaming me all the time. So no. And do you know what the conservative right did? This happened probably 6 to 8 months ago. I wrote about it on my Red Pill Diaries Substack. That's redpilldiaries.substack.com. The conservative right actually found another fucking Democrat who went to a Trump rally. Like one day, like all my messages started going off and they're like, Carlin, there's another Democrat that went to a Trump rally. They actually found another useful idiot, a Democrat who went to a Trump rally and posted online the same story I did. And they started lifting him up and trotting him around to all the shows. And I was like, holy shit. They replaced me. And I was like, this is great. I am retired. And it was actually after that point that things started getting better, believe it or not. So I wanted to bring that up because I very much believe that the conservative right and all of the major organizations, to include PragerU, only lifted me up because they thought I was a useful idiot. Maybe they looked at me and they said, she's a fat, ugly, 40-something woman on the internet. Of course she wants money. Of course she wants fame. Of course she wants all these things that we can give her. They underestimated my intelligence. They underestimated my propensity to put up with their bullshit. They really thought I was a useful idiot. And then I turned out not to be. And goddamn was their retribution for that. Anyway.
Students, thus promoting the Soviet propaganda line. The KGB was even curious about this gentleman. It may look innocent. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, a great spiritual leader, or maybe a great charlatan and crook, depending on from which side you're looking at him. Beatles were trained at his ashram in Hardwar in India how to meditate. Mia Farrow and other useful idiots from Hollywood visited his school, and they returned back to United States absolutely zonked out of their minds with marijuana, hashish, and crazy ideas of meditation. To meditate, in other words, to isolate oneself from the current social and political issues of your own country, to get into your own bubble, to forget about troubles of the world. Obviously, KGB was very fascinated with such a beautiful school, such a brainwashing center for stupid Americans. I was dispatched by the KGB to check what kind of VIP Americans attend this school.
That's you on the left.
Yes, I'm on the left. I was trying to get enrolled in that school. Unfortunately, the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi asked too much. He wanted $500 American for enrollment. But my function was not actually to get enrolled in the school. My function was to discover what kind of people from United States attend this school. And we discovered that, yes, there are some influential members of family, public opinion makers of United States who come back with the crazy stories about Indian philosophy. Indians themselves look upon them as idiots, useful idiots. To say nothing about KGB, who looked at them as extremely naive, misguided people. Obviously, a VIP, say a wife of a congressman or a prominent Hollywood personality, after being trained in that school, is much more instrumental in the hands of manipulators of public opinion and KGB than a normal person who understands, who looks through this type of fake religious training.
Why would they be more susceptible to manipulation?
I just mentioned that because, you see, a person who is too much involved in introspective meditation.
Hang on, Green Maoist, I see you in the chat and you're encouraging people to question capitalism. Now, I want to say this. We have in the history of Socialism Saturday, we have occasionally had actual Marxists, actual communists, actual socialists come into the chat and watch with us and make comment. And they're allowed to do that, guys. They are allowed to think what they want. They're allowed to have their opinions. As long as you're following the 2 rules that I have in the chat, which is don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. This keeps the environment nice for everyone. I don't care if you talk about the people in the video. They're not here. They don't have to deal with it. But you will not insult me. You will not insult other people in the chat. And no whining. So if I ask you to stop doing something, I don't want to hear whining. I don't want to hear complaining. I don't want to hear, I didn't do that thing you asked me to do, because you did do the thing I asked you to do. And if you hadn't done it, I wouldn't have asked you to stop doing it. So I don't want to hear any whining. I don't want any of that. And as long as people follow those two rules, they're allowed to have whatever opinions they like. We're allowed to disagree. We're allowed to have discussion, all of that stuff. And so, welcome, Green Maoist. Just follow the rules of the chat, and you are allowed to ask whatever questions you want to ask.
If you carefully look what Maharishi Mahesh Yogi is teaching to Americans, is that most of the problems, most of the burning issues of today can be solved simply by meditating. Don't rock the boat. Don't get involved. Just
I fundamentally disagree with this section, by the way, as someone who has a reasonably strong meditation practice and has been meditating for years. I actually do agree that I actually do believe that if more people meditated, that would solve a lot of effing problems, because meditation is not about turning yourself off to the world. Meditation is not about ignoring what's going on. Meditation is about having control over yourself and being able to empower yourself. And so I understand why he doesn't understand the virtue of it, probably because he hasn't done it. He hasn't been around people who do it. He doesn't understand the power of it. So I disagree with him on this. I think that meditation is one of the most powerful things that people can do. And I would strongly encourage everyone to try it. There are free apps that will help you learn how to do it. There are free guided meditations that you can download. It's a really, really good idea. And I think everyone can benefit from it, no matter if you're doing it from a spiritual perspective or even just from a practical perspective. It's really good. Tom J, thank you for the super chat. I apologize that I can't display it on the screen, but right now StreamYard is not connecting to YouTube for whatever reason, at least as far as the chat function. But Tom J says, think his point about South Africa is media recognized racism and segregation there, but not that the USSR was doing the same thing because they shared the same skin color, much like Whoopi saying the Holocaust was a white-on-white crime. That very well may be, Tom J, and I do appreciate your point. But I think it was inartfully articulated.
sit down, look at your navel, and meditate. And the things, due to some strange logic, due to cosmic vibration, will settle down by themselves. This is exactly what the KGB and Marxist-Leninist propaganda wants from Americans, to distract their opinion, attention, and mental energy from real issues of the United States into a non-issues, into a non-
Actually, sorry, I have one more thought on meditation, and I was thinking about this last night, just as a general thought to put into the community. I am thinking about signing up for some online, they're not meditation programs specifically, they're more like self-empowerment programs and ways to improve your life, but I'm thinking about getting a membership to a community that would allow me access to a lot of videos and a lot of content. And I want to know, for my supporters, because this would absolutely be a supporter perk that we would probably do within my Discord, would it be something that would be interesting to people to learn how to do meditation, to learn how to do different programs where you're training your mind and your brain to go into different states like alpha or delta or theta or any of these things? Like our brain, like if we can get ourselves into different states in our brain, we're able to accomplish more and make more things happen. Is that something that people would be interested in doing in the community, is doing these programs together? All right, so I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Okay, so I'm going to sign up for a membership on this website. And then we in the supporter Discord will, maybe work through some of these programs together. I think it'll be a really fun idea. I do. All right, let's keep going.
World, non-existent harmony. Obviously, it's more beneficial for the Soviet aggressors to have a bunch of duped Americans than Americans who are self-conscious, healthy, physically fit.
Everyday Therapist says, I can do that stuff. Thank you, Everyday for free. Okay, well, another thing I was thinking about, Everyday Therapist, is I was thinking about putting like a day, like a full day together on my YouTube channel of presentations from people about self-empowerment and mindfulness and spiritual stuff. And we have so many people in my community that I attract some great spiritual thinkers into my community for whatever reason. Probably because I'm very woo-woo in my beliefs. But I was thinking about actually putting a whole day together on my channel where people would teach this stuff. And of course, Everyday Therapist, you would be absolutely invited to teach whatever you like to people. I just think it would be a nice break, honestly. We do a lot of heavy content on my channel. We do a lot of stuff that's like, it's soul sucking, and it would be nice to do like the flip side of that. Naruto says, recently leaked internal Fox News docs suggest hosts like Tucker Carlson hate Donald Trump, posted in locals. I did hear that. I think it was kind of an open secret that Tucker Carlson hated Donald Trump. But I mean, like, I'm not really surprised, but it does kind of suck it's being leaked publicly. And I wonder what the conservative backlash is going to be, because there are a lot of people who have a cult of personality for Donald Trump. There really are. So we'll see what happens.
An alert to the reality. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi obviously is not on the payroll of the KGB. But whether he knows it or not, he contributes greatly to demoralization of American society. And he's not the only one. There are hundreds of those gurus who come to your country to capitalize on naivete and stupidity of Americans. It's a fashion. It's a fashion to meditate. It's a fashion not to be involved.
No, it's not.
So obviously, you can see that if KGB were that curious, if they paid my trip to Hardwar, if they assigned me to that strange job, obviously they were very much fascinated. They were convinced that type of brainwashing is very efficient and instrumental in demoralization of the United States.
Our conversation with Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, who is a defector from the Soviet Union, a former propaganda agent for Novosti and the KGB, will continue after this message.
Hang on, I have another super chat. And again, guys, I do apologize that I can't display them on the screen. Cyphlon says, was the phrase something thinks from one of your videos? Also, I like your pronunciation of Naruto. It's very unique. I don't know what the proper pronunciation for that is. I just started calling him that a long time ago, and then it kind of like stuck. So that's just how I do it. I don't know what the proper pronunciation is. If someone wants to tell me, I can try to change it. But I do my best. Was the phrase something thinks from one of your videos? I don't think so. I mean, if I said that, I probably misspoke. I misspeak all the time. So I don't think I said that, but maybe I did. I don't know. I say a lot of stuff on the internet. Thank you for asking. I appreciate the super chat.
This picture shows the part of the building of USSR embassy, and my supervisors. On the left is Comrade Mehdi, an Indian communist, and on the right, Comrade Mitrokhin, my supervisors in the secret department of research and counter-propaganda.
Naruto. I mean, that's pretty close. Naruto. That's pretty close to how I was pronouncing it. Naruto. I guess I was saying two instead of toe. I was pretty close other than that, though. I'm gonna keep saying Naruto. I like Naruto better. I don't bend to the whim of any fucking bad Japanese anime, all right?
It has nothing to do with either research or counter-propaganda. Most of the activity of that department was to compile huge volume of information on individuals who were instrumental in creating public opinion. Publishers, editors, journalists, actors, educationalists, professors of political science, members of parliament, representatives of business circles. Most of these people were divided roughly into groups. Those who would toe the Soviet foreign policy, they would be promoted to the positions of power through media and public opinion manipulation. Those who refused the Soviet influence in their own country would be character assassinated or executed physically come revolution. Same way as in the small town of Hue in South Vietnam, several thousands of Vietnamese were executed in one night when the city was captured by Viet Cong for only 2 days. And American CIA could never figure out how could possibly communists know each individual, where he lives, where to get him, and would be arrested in one night, basically in some 4 hours before dawn, put on a van, taken out of the city limits and shot. The answer is very simple. Long before communists occupied the city, there was extensive network of informers, local Vietnamese citizens, who knew absolutely everything about people who are instrumental in public opinion, including barbers and taxi drivers. Everyone who was sympathetic to the United States was executed. Same thing was done under the guidance of the Soviet embassy in Hanoi, and same thing I was doing in New Delhi. To my horror, I discovered that in the files where people were doomed to execution, there were names of pro-Soviet journalists with whom I was personally friendly.
Pro-Soviet.
Yes. They were idealistically minded leftists who made several visits to USSR, and yet the KGB decided that come revolution or drastic changes in political structure of India, they will have to go.
Why is that?
Because they know too much. Simply because, you see, the useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system, when they get disillusioned, they become the worst enemies. That's why my KGB instructors specifically made a point, never bother with leftists. Forget about these political prostitutes. Aim higher. This was my instruction. Try to get into large circulation, established conservative media. Rich, filthy rich movie makers, intellectuals, so-called academic circles. Cynical, egocentric people who can look into your eyes with angelic expression and tell you a lie. These are the most recruitable people, people who lack moral principles, who are either too greedy or too suffer from self-importance. They feel that they matter a lot. These are the people who KGB wanted very much to recruit.
But to eliminate...
Has anyone in the chat read the Unabomber Manifesto? We actually read the Unabomber Manifesto for one of my book clubs recently, and it's available for free on the internet, and I would definitely encourage everyone to read the Unabomber Manifesto. I've thought about, and this is kind of like one of my crazy ideas when I actually have time to do things. I want to read the Unabomber Manifesto and put it on my channel, like with me reading it, for people to listen to it. I highly recommend everyone read the Unabomber Manifesto. It is fascinating. Ted Kaczynski was so effing smart. I mean, he was psychotic and murdered a bunch of people too, and that's bad. And I frown on that sort of thing. I frown on sending random bombs to people. It's not a good thing. Don't hurt people. Don't take their stuff. That's good advice. But that doesn't mean that Ted Kaczynski didn't say really smart things. And he was so insightful. There is so much in that manifesto which holds up today. I mean, it's scary. Ted Kaczynski understood the psychology of leftists just so beautifully. He really, really got it. And it's really impressive when you think about it, because he wrote that manifesto in the era before the internet. He had so much less information than we have access to today. And he was still able to just absolutely pinpoint the psychology of leftists. It's a really fascinating document. I encourage everyone to read it. And again, it's something that it is a project that I do want to do at some point, is to actually read the Unabomber Manifesto and put it on my channel as like an audio thing that people can listen to in their spare time. Because I really do think everyone should read it, and it is available for free on the internet all over the place. So I would encourage everyone to download it. VT Num, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for making good content. I mean, I try to make good content. I just know I do a lot of reaction video stuff, but I try to add context to it. I try to, associate the content that we're watching to different things. I try to break it down. You guys help a lot with that in the chat as well, so I do appreciate it. And yeah, Reagan says it's so relevant now. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. All right, guys, please mount that like button. Let's keep going. We have just a programming note. We have about 20 more minutes of this interview, and then I have another follow-up lecture that I want to watch right after this that's also Yuri Bezmenov. So we've got more content coming after this. Stick around. Go grab a drink. I'm about to refill my beer glass. I'm thinking about doing that chocolatey cherry cheesecake beer because I'm getting a little low. But go refill your glass, guys. Get a snack. We've got a lot more content to watch tonight with Yuri Bezmenov explaining the Soviet strategy.
the others, to execute the others? Don't they serve some purpose? Wouldn't they be the
No,
ones we rely
they
on?
serve purpose only at the stage of destabilization of a nation. For example, your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The moment they serve their purpose, all the useful idiots are either be executed entirely, all the idealistically minded Marxists, or exiled or put in prisons, like in Cuba. Many former Marxists are in Cuba, in prison. So most of the Indians who were cooperating with the Soviets, especially with our Department of Information of the USSR Embassy, were listed for execution. And when I discovered that fact, of course, I was sick. I was mentally and physically sick. I thought that I'm going to explode one day during the briefing at the ambassador's office. I would stand up and say something that we are basically a bunch of murderers. That's what we are. It has nothing to do with friendship and understanding between the nation and blah, blah, blah. We are murderers. We behave as a bunch of thugs in a country which is hospitable to us, a country which with ancient traditions. But I did not defect. I tried to get the message across. To my horror, nobody wanted even to listen, least of all to believe what I had to say. And I tried all kinds of tricks. I would leak information through letters or lost documents or something like that. And still I got no message. The message was not published, even in the conservative mass media of India. The immediate impulse to defect was Bangladesh crisis, which was described by American correspondents as Islamic grassroots revolution, which is absolute baloney. There was nothing to do with Islam, and there was no
Look how
grassroots
red
revolution.
it is. Oh,
Actually,
how
there are no
pretty.
grassroots revolutions, period. Any revolution is a byproduct
This
of
is
a
a
highly
chocolatey
organized
cherry
group
cheesecake.
of conscientious and professional organizers, but has nothing to do with grassroots. In Bangladesh, it was nothing with grassroots.
Hang on. Breaking news. This beer is amazing. I always have to tell you guys when I find really, really, really like good beers. All right. Look at that. It's beautiful. First of all, it's beautiful. This beer is from Weld Works Brewing. I think it's in Colorado. Yep, this is a brewery out of Colorado, but I got it in New Hampshire, so I'm going to assume that you can find it at your local craft beer store. And it is a chocolate cherry cheesecake sour ale. And it is brewed with cherries, dark chocolate, graham cracker, milk sugar, and cream cheese. And it tastes delicious. Hang on. Oh, it's so good. And it really does smell like a chocolate, like a cherry cheesecake. Oh, spectacular. I definitely recommend everyone try it. There you go. See, you get stuff you don't even expect on Socialism Saturday. All right, back to the order of business. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, breaking brews, Angel Eyes. Instead of breaking news, it's breaking brews. Exactly.
Most of the Awami League party members, Awami League means People's Party, were trained in Moscow in the high party school. most of the Mukti Fauj leaders, Mukti Fauj is in Bengali means People's Army, same as SWAPO and all kind of liberation armies all over the world, the same bunch of useful idiots. They were trained at Lumumba University and various centers of the KGB in Simferopol, in Crimea, and in Tashkent. So when I saw that Indian territory is being used as a jumping board to destroy East Pakistan, I saw myself thousands of so-called students traveling through India to East Pakistan, through the territory of India, and Indian government pretended not to see what's going on. They knew perfectly well, the Indian police knew it, the intelligence department of the Indian government knew it, the KGB of course knew it, and the CIA knew it. That was most infuriating, because when I defected and I explained to the CIA debriefers they should watch out because East Pakistan is going to erupt any moment, they said I was reading too many James Bond novels. Anyway, so East Pakistan was doomed. One of my colleagues in the Soviet consulate
Yuri is
in
obviously
Calcutta, when
obsessed
he
with
was
James
dead
Bond.
drunk, he ventured into the basement to relieve himself, and he found big boxes which said printed matter to Dhaka University. Dhaka is the capital of East Pakistan. And since he was drunk and curious, he opened one of the boxes and he discovered not printed matter. He discovered Kalashnikov guns and ammunition in there. Anyway, it's a long story. When I saw the preparations for the invasion into East Pakistan, obviously I wanted to defect immediately. The only thing I couldn't at that time make up my mind when and where and how. One of the reasons, of course, you see, I was in love with India. I mentioned it before. I spoke the languages. I socialized with people. And I understood that I had to act fast unless I want this beautiful country to be permanently and irreparably damaged by our presence. One of the reasons not to defect was, as you can see, I was living in relative affluence. Who the hell in a normal mind would defect and do what? To be abused by your media, to be called McCarthyist and fascist and paranoid, or to drive a taxi in New York City? What for? What the hell for should I defect?
Hang on, pause. So I have a question for people in the chat, and if someone can help me out, that I would appreciate it. I have been looking for the McCarthy hearings, like, not really hard, but I've looked around to try to find all of the McCarthy hearings, because I would actually really like to go back and watch them at some point. If anyone knows if any resource exists that has the McCarthy hearings, I'm like, certain hearings are fine, but I'm looking for the whole catalog of the hearings. And so if you know where to find that, please let me know. My DMs are open on Twitter. You can send an email to activelyunwoke@gmail.com. Again, like, all of the hearings, not one or two radical moderate, because I think, I found the onesies and twosies. I want all of them. And I would appreciate any help that people could give me in that regard. Thank you.
To be abused by Americans, to be insulted in exchange for my effort to bring the truthful information about impending danger of subversion. As you can see, I was living in quite a comfortable conditions next to swimming pool, where Indians were not allowed, by the way. I was highly paid expert in propaganda. I had my family. I was respected by my nation. My career was cloudless. The third reason, how to defect with the family. To defect with the baby and the wife would be virtual suicide, because according to law, that hypocritical law which I quoted before, the Indian police will have to hand me over back to the KGB, and that will be the end of my defection and probably my life. Again, I cannot smuggle my wife because she was not quite sure what I was doing. She was not that idealistically involved, and she was definitely not in the total picture of what I was doing for the KGB. She would be shocked if I put her in my van and drive her to the American embassy or elsewhere. That would be a greatest danger. So again, I had to defect in such a way that my defection would look as simple disappearance. And there were many cases like that when the Soviet agents simply disappeared, either killed in action or, thanks to their curiosity and their close contacts with radicals, some of them were killed by the Marxists, by the way. It happened in many African countries when the Soviet KGB were killed by Africans themselves, not because they hated Marxism-Leninism, but because they were simply trigger-happy bunch of unruly characters. If you give them a machine gun, they will shoot. And some of the Soviets obviously were not careful enough to protect themselves, and they got into embarrassing situations when they were shot at the crossfire between factions of so-called liberation movements. Anyway, so I decided, as I said, to study the counterculture. I decided this probably would be the best way to disappear. I socialized with characters like this. On the left, you see, he's a barefoot American hippie. It took me quite a long time to study exactly what they were doing and how to mix with them. But eventually I did it. Most of Indian newspapers carried my picture and promise of 2,000 rupees for information about my whereabouts. But they were looking for the wrong person, because they obviously tried to stop a young Soviet diplomat in white shirt and tie. And this is how I looked at the time of defection. Nobody could possibly think that the Soviet diplomat would dress crazy as to join a bunch of hippies.
That's
you.
funny. Come on.
Yes, travel
That's
India and
funny.
smoke hash. So I made it literally almost like a Hollywood-style detective story. From under the nose of the KGB in Bombay airport, I landed the plane and I flew to Greece, where I was debriefed by the CIA. That's basically that's all for my
Okay, we can
slides.
we can turn off the projector, and that's very interesting. Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation.
I want everyone to pay close attention to what he's talking about right now, because this is all seeming very, 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 very familiar to me. I'm going to rewind a little bit, and I just want everyone to pay real close attention and let me know if this sounds like something that we might all be experiencing right now.
Percent of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism.
Wow.
The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you...
This was in the 80s. Bot says in the chat, oh shit, we are screwed. This was 90s, 2000s, 2000. This was 40 years ago. We have had 2 more generations of people go through school since this interview was recorded. Wow. And since this happened, guys, they've only gotten more systematized with it, because a lot of people don't realize this. School systems started building equity formally into the curriculum in the late 2000s. And they were doing it informally until then. Like, so when he was doing this interview, it was informal, okay? It wasn't like a required part of it. It was just something that was like understood, like a gentleman's agreement sort of thing. In about the late 2000s, a lot of school systems started formally building it into their system. And I know because I've seen the documents. This is the type of stuff we look at in the Schools Exposed program. So what he was seeing when he did this interview in the 80s has only gotten worse and more formalized since then.
If you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place, and
Yes.
who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people, and the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America.
Wow!
Here you can.
Holy hell! This is resonating so much more for me today than it was resonating 3 years ago when I first watched it. This is so on point with what they've done. And guys, remember, in 2020, they used the death of George Floyd to aggressively push this stuff. They didn't care about George Floyd. That was never about him. They didn't care. He was only an excuse to push this on everyone at an extremely accelerated rate. And if you think that they aren't going to look for more opportunities like that, they do it every time. And as James Lindsay has been telling us, remember, drag Floyd, they're looking. They are desperate for a trans person or a drag queen specifically. Drag queen would probably be their ideal outcome. But they are aggressively looking for a trans person to be murdered so that they can prop it up as another example that they can exploit to push this stuff on the masses. So no one does anything stupid, is my point. No one promotes violence. We want to win with ideas, and the minute that someone does something stupid, it will be used against all of us. All of us.
Get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be a greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures.
Tom J, thank you for the super chat. Tom J says, one of the agencies will throw some lipstick on a dead guy one day. They just need to make sure there's no video. Well, you're not wrong about that, Tom J. If they don't get their drag Floyd just organically because a conservative does something stupid, and yes, it would be a conservative doing something stupid. I think we all need to acknowledge that. But if they don't get it organically, because James Lindsay has sufficiently rung the bell and says, don't F up. Don't give them any excuse. Tell all your friends they're looking for this opportunity. If they don't get it organically, they're going to do a false flag. We know that. But they want it organically. And I hope they don't get it. I think that they probably will at some point. But I hope they don't. But if they don't, they're going to try to do it in another way. Yeah, Carissa says, like the non-binary person who shot up Club Q. Exactly. They tried really, really hard to do it with that person. And then it turned out he was non-binary. And so that didn't work out for them. But they're going to keep trying. And they're going to keep trying again and again and again until it happens. And then they will use it against everyone or do a deep fake. Yeah, Joel, I think that's a really good observation. Deep fakes are scary. The fact that Jack Posobiec was tweeting out a deep fake of Joe Biden announcing a draft, that was frightening. It was frightening that Jack Posobiec would do it, to be honest. That was completely irresponsible. It was so irresponsible of him to do it. It was so irresponsible of the post-millennial to promote it. Completely fucking irresponsible of everyone involved. But it's also scary because those things look incredibly real. And if you're not paying attention, man. No, Jack created it, NanoPie. NanoPie says Jack believed it. Jack fucking created it. I don't know what's gone on with that guy in the last year or so. I just think it's too bad. I really do.
Even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it. until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically, America is stuck with demoralization. And unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normal.
So what did he just say? If we start educating a new generation of Americans today with all the right things, it will still take 15 to 20 years to change everything. This is something that I've been trying to tell people who are in favor of school choice. School choice is not going to fix the schools. It's not going to fix them in any way, because the schools are corrupted at the teaching pool level. The teachers that are graduating from the colleges and universities, they're teaching in all the schools. All of the schools that are hiring teachers based on state boards of education standards that require them to have a bachelor's degree, they're all hiring from the same teacher pool for every single school. So it really doesn't matter what school you send your kids to, because they're all hiring from the same teaching pool. School choice is not going to fix the public schools. But beyond that, even if every public school teacher started teaching new curriculum today, it would still take, at minimum, according to Yuri Bezmenov, 15 to 20 years to start turning the tide. And that idea of every teacher starting to teach a new curriculum today is not going to happen. At very minimum, and this is with a lot of luck, we are looking at least 2 to 3 generations. What that means is that the schools are not going to be fixed in our lifetimes. All of us are going to be dead, and the schools are going to keep being bad, because it's not possible to fix something that's been broken for this long. Now, I do believe there's value in school choice. Don't get it twisted. I'm not opposed to it, because I think the value in school choice is it forces the population to look critically at the schools. So if you've got a group of parents and they're like, I can choose to send my kid to any school, they're going to start looking critically at what the schools are doing. And they're going to start asking questions. They're going to be like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And if we can get an entire generation of parents asking questions about what the schools are doing, that is a necessary change management step to get them to understand that the public school system is basically effed. We cannot get a large enough percentage of the population to understand that the public school system is effed if they're not looking at the public school system critically. And so for that reason, I do believe that school choice is good. It is a net positive. It is something that will force people to look at it. But we all need to be very, very honest. School choice is not going to fix the public schools in any way. And the very best thing you can do for your kids is to homeschool them. Get them out of the system. I know that's not possible for everyone, but get them out if you can. And if you can't do that, you need to make sure you are developing really good relationships with your kids, man. You need to talk to your kids. You need to develop friendships with your kids. I know you're like, I'm not their friend, I'm a parent. Well, you can be a parent too, but you need to make sure you have a relationship with your kids where they are listening to you and they are telling you things. Because if you don't have a relationship with your kids that they are listening to you and telling you things and trusting you, then they're going to find that relationship with their teachers. And I promise you that you do not want those kids to be looking for their teachers to build that trusting relationship with them when their parents are not doing it. I didn't have a relationship with my parents where I talked to them. I'm sure many people did not have a relationship with their parents where they talked to them. And I'm really lucky that I turned out the way I did. I don't know why I was different. I don't know why I didn't get sucked into this. But I'm lucky. You have got to build better relationships with your kids. You really, really do. And remember that your kids are spending more time at school than they're spending at home with you. They're spending more time with teachers than they're spending at home with you. If you have to send your kids to public school, you need to find a way to counterbalance this. Otherwise, your kids are going to get pulled into this system, and who knows what might happen. Nick Incognito says, GD Miss K was right again. Goddamn Miss K was right again. Talking about decades to fix. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, Nick, for honoring the Carlin is right tip jar. The Carlin is right tip jar is basically every time I'm right and you're wrong, you owe me $2. It's an honor system. Some people follow the honor system more than others, and I do appreciate it when they do. All right, guys, mount that like button for me. Let's wrap up this interview so we can go on to our next lecture.
Policy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with the benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise law.
Wow, that's you guys remember that speech that Biden did in Philadelphia where it looked like it was out of V for Vendetta or 1984? You guys remember that speech where Biden was like lit red in the background and it's like, you guys remember that? Is it feeling a little familiar to anyone at the moment? That's scary. I got a couple super chats that I want to acknowledge. Talking Story, thank you. UN and UNESCO pushing against homeschools. They want global citizens. Oh, yeah. We need to keep in mind that they're going to come after homeschooling really, really hardcore. They're going to try to outlaw homeschooling, and everyone needs to be prepared for that. And when they try to outlaw homeschooling, everyone needs to fight like hell. I don't care. You need to start speaking up. I don't care if you're afraid. I don't care. If they eliminate homeschooling, that's it. If you don't speak up when they try to eliminate homeschooling, then you yourself are going to be partially responsible for the inevitable Marxization of this country. That is ground zero. If they are allowed to eliminate homeschooling, we might all as well just pack up and enjoy our long, slow descent into Marxism. And I'm deadly serious about that. The schools are ground zero. We are hanging on right now by the tiniest of margins. We're getting small victories here and there, but a lot of conservative influencers are lying to their audiences, and they're saying, we're winning, we're winning, we're winning, we're winning. We're not winning, folks. I look at school policy documents all day. We are not winning. We are losing, and we are losing badly, and conservatives are becoming complacent and acting with such hubris because they get a good headline here and there. We are not winning. And if we lose the battle for the schools, that's it. Game over. Nothing we do will matter. Because the schools, pro-lifers don't understand this. Pro-lifers are like, they just want to abort their own babies. Let them abort their own babies. They'll just die out. They don't need to have kids. They don't need to have kids. They're going to take yours. And how they're going to take yours is through the schools. Because they already control everything. The only thing they don't control is homeschooling. If they eliminate that, there's nothing more we can do. We're done. Jenny's getting inky with it. Thank you for the super chat, Jenny. It is more important to have, is it more important to have vacays and new cars or do what's best for your kids? They may enjoy the former, but they will remember the latter. Most kids would rather spend time with them than your money on them. That's exactly right. Most kids would rather spend time with their parents than to have money spent on them. That is absolutely correct.
Lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins. Never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have no...
You was saying the disaster was coming closer and closer in the 80s. Every time you guys see a conservative influencer that's lying to you, like the Daily Wire lies to you, hint, the Daily Wire lies to you all the time, basically every day, because they're controlled opposition. Every time you see any conservative influencer say, we're winning, we're winning, we're winning, you need to really understand that that person has just discredited themselves and their intelligence from ever being taken seriously again. And I know that's going to be depressing for a lot of people because a lot of people like to believe their favorite influencers. I really, really get it, man. I'm disappointed in people that I believed in all the time. But you have to move through that disappointment, and you really need to understand who's telling you the truth and who is telling you the things you want to hear so they can take your money. Kino Review says they're already discrediting homeschool, discrediting homeschool, preventing students from graduating high school and qualifying to attend college, soon trade school. This is already happening. I agree, Kino.
Where to defect unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins. This is it. This is the last country of freedom and possibility.
Okay, so what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number one. Number two, to explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmate. All this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of United States population is convinced that the danger is real, they have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about...
James says, is there even one public school district we have found where we are winning? Well, actually, yes. And it came from the most shocking of places. Rochester, New York. I did a full investigation of Rochester, New York, and they are doing equity, but they're not doing social justice equity. They're doing an equity program that is actually designed to uplift all students, to fully involve parents. They have a complete unit in Rochester, the Rochester school, New York school district, that is dedicated to engaging parents, making sure parents are in students' lives. And they did have a couple true believers, don't get me wrong. They had woke people, but it was like the core, quote unquote, equity team were not saying social justice things. They were saying common sense things. And do you know why I think the Rochester, New York school district is actually... I was shocked when it happened. The stream is on the channel. You guys can go watch it. The reason they're doing it right is because it's all run by Black women. They're not run by liberal white women who feel guilty about being white and, white and rich. It's all run by Black women. And for some reason, and I think we can all guess why, they put together a program that is, I think, genuinely designed to uplift everyone rather than go for mediocrity across the board. So yeah, we have found school districts doing it right. I was genuinely shocked. We really looked around. I really poked around, and I watched their planning meetings. They put their planning meetings online. We watched it live on the channel. It was like a white pill moment. So let that be a lesson to you. Hire Black women as your equity director. I'm not saying they're all not woke, but I generally find that, like, honestly, Black women tend not to buy into the bullshit quite as much. And it's also important this is also a lesson that you can't just look at someone and say, okay, you're doing something called equity, that means it's bad. You actually have to look into what they're doing and to actually see, okay, how are you actually defining this? How are you applying this? Because they may call it equity because it's like a buzzword, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing something bad. And then Talking Story, thank you for the super chat. We had homeschool seminar today. 5 families getting together, and parents in the co-op can still hold down a job. I think that's amazing news, Talking Story. Congratulations on that.
About forcing United States government to stop aiding communism, because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course, no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So two very simple, maybe too simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless, they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not living at the time of peace. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions and sexual masturbation to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant, but I have defected not to tell you the stories about such idiocy as microfilm, James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system. You may ask me, what is it in for me? Survival, obviously, because unlike, as I said, I am now in your boat. If we sing together, we'll sing beautifully together. There is no other place on this planet to defect to.
Okay, you know what's so great about that? It was not the electronic outro music. It was that they ended on a freeze frame. Can we please bring I know this is serious business, all right? But can we please bring back ending movies and interviews on a freeze frame? The end on the freeze frame and then the credits roll over the freeze frame is like one of the greatest innovations of humankind. And do you know who really did it well? Rocky. Because Rocky, in those movies, they not only ended on the freeze frame, but they had like a mid-movie musical montage of like Rocky running down the beach or Rocky training or something like that. And in the mid-movie musical montage, they would end on a mid-movie freeze frame. I just think we need to bring it back. I think it is overlooked. I think it was, a true highlight of Hollywood. I should end all of my streams on a freeze frame. I'll just go like this and be like, and it'll end on the stream there. That's what I should do. All right, guys, that is our first interview for Socialism Saturday, but don't go anywhere because that is not our last interview. That is just the first interview. And the next thing we're going to be watching is a lecture that Yuri Bezmenov did called Understanding Modern Political Scenario. Now, before we get into that lecture, I just want to remind everyone, if you have not yet subscribed to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Let me just pop the link in the chat. You can subscribe for free, or if you want to support the work I'm doing, I am trying to get 75 new paying subscribers to my Substack this month. That's going to allow me to keep on track with my overall goals for the year. I do this full time. And I want to do this stuff full time. I want to spend a lot of time with you guys. I want to download everything in my brain about the woke left to all of you and to teach all of you so that you can go teach other people. Okay? But in order to do that, I need your help. I need to keep on track with my financial goals to be able to do things like, pay my mortgage. And most of what I make is actually reinvested into doing stuff like this because I have no life. This is all I do anymore. I don't go to the movies. I don't go to the range and shoot guns with my husband. I do this because it's an obsession for me. And that's just the way it goes. but I'm very committed to downloading everything in my brain that I know to you guys across video, across essays, across all of those things. And the only way that I can keep that going is when people financially support my work. I am completely independent because I don't want to be beholden to any political group, to any partisan organization, to anyone that's going to tell me what to say, because I call out both sides. I don't think either side is good. And I think we need to be honest about what's really happening, regardless of whether it supports our political wants or not. We need to be honest about what's happening. So I will always tell you the truth, no matter if you want to hear it or not. And in return, I need people to support my work. The very best way right now is by going to my Substack and signing up, subscribing for $5 a month, $50 a year. You can do more if you want to, which of course I greatly appreciate. I'm trying to get 70 new paid subscribers by the end of the month. I'm about 30 some odd percent of the way there. I don't know what the most current math is, but it's about 30% of the way there. So I am actually right on track. So I do appreciate that, but we need to make sure to hit that number, guys, because if I don't hit that number, I'm going to put up a paywall on my Substack, and I don't want to do that because I want my work to be free for everyone. If you don't want to support me on my Substack, or if you want to support me more than just being subscribed to my Substack, you can join my locals community, kb.locals.com. You can join my Patreon, patreon.com/unwoke. Or you could go to activelyunwoke.com/support and make a one-time gift. And all of the links are in the description below. And I really do appreciate the support, guys. Thank you very much. We got Murphy's Pool in for the tip jar. I appreciate that, Murphy's Pool. And then Kino Reviews says, Rocky 4, Hearts on Fire, Strong Desire, Rages Deep Within, Hearts on Fire, Fevers Rising High, the moment of truth draws near. I'm not singing that, Kino, but I do know exactly what part you're talking about. Again, the freeze frame is where it's at. Steve E asks, I started supporting kb.locals. Is Substack a better way to support? Steve, if you want to support on locals is totally fine. If that's what works for you, I want you guys to support my work in the way that works best for you, okay? And in return, we're doing movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow night. I'm going to be posting about movie night to all supporters tomorrow. We do them every Sunday at 8 p.m. You can also get access to 2 weekly Zoom calls with me every single week, Mondays at 7 p.m., Wednesdays at noon. And I enjoy getting to know you guys on those Zoom calls. They are the best. They really do keep me sane. All right, guys, let's move in to our next interview with Yuri Bezmenov. And this one I have not seen. Has anyone seen this? Understanding the political scenario of India, Canada, Japan, China, USA, France, etc. with Yuri Bezmenov. I haven't seen this, so I'm looking forward to it. It's about an hour long. So guys, go get a snack, refill your glass. Cheers. This is Socialism Saturday. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. We're going a little long tonight. We're doing a lot. And it's a little bit of a different thing for us to watch someone like Yuri Bezmenov, but I think it's really important that we do these things. All right, guys, let's get started.
It's not mine. It is a lecture video given by Thomas Schumann. His real name is Yuri Bezmenov. He gave this lecture back in 1980s.
Oh.
It took me a while to find this golden nugget.
There we
And
go.
the reason I uploaded this video on my channel is because it is a great lecture that helps us in understanding the current political scenario both around the world as well as in our own country. And I believe it needs to be seen. After watching this, you'll be able to relate what is happening today in many Western societies like America and Europe. And unfortunately, it is also happening in India. Since it's a long video, please watch it whenever you have time. And maybe you all get a bit more educated. The video starts now.
Subversion is the term, if you look in a dictionary or criminal code to that matter, usually is explained as a part of activity to destroy things like religion, government system, political, economical system of a country. And usually it's linked to espionage and such romantic things as blowing up bridges, sidetracking trains, cloak and dagger activity in Hollywood style. What I'm going to talk about now has absolutely nothing to do with the cliche of espionage or KGB activity of collecting information. So the greatest mistake or misconception, I think, is that whenever we are talking about KGB, for some strange reason, starting from Hollywood movie makers to professors of political science and quote-unquote experts on Soviet affairs, or Kremlinologists as they call themselves, they think that the most desirable thing for Andropov and the whole KGB is to steal blueprints of some supersonic jet, bring it back to Soviet Union and sell it to the Soviet military-industrial complex. It's only partly true. If we take the whole time, money, and manpower that the Soviet Union and KGB in particular spends outside of USSR border, we will discover, of course there are no official statistics unlike with CIA or FBI, that the espionage as such occupies only 10 to 15% of money, time, and manpower. 15% of the activity of KGB. The rest, 85%, is always subversion. And unlike a dictionary of English, Oxford Dictionary, subversion in Soviet terminology means always a destructive, aggressive activity aimed to destroy the country, nation, or geographical area of your enemy. So there's no romantics in there, absolutely. No blowing up bridges, no microfilms in Coca-Cola cans, nothing of that sort. No James Bond nonsense. It's most of this activity is overt, legitimate, and easily observable if you give yourself time and trouble to observe it. But according to the law and law enforcement systems of the Western civilization, it's not a crime. Exactly because of misconception, manipulation of terms. We think that subverter is a person who is going to blow up our beautiful bridges. No, subverter is a student who comes for exchange, a diplomat, an actor, an artist, a journalist like myself was 10 years ago. Now, subversion is an activity.
Kino says this is Cold War II. Or did the original Cold War ever end? Did the Cold War ever end? Or did it just change forms? Energy is never created or destroyed, it just changes forms. Sometimes we think it ends because the former thing goes away, but it never really ends. It's like how they changed the title for critical race theory into culturally responsive teaching. Critical race theory is still in public schools. It's just changed the name. So it's called something different. So people are like, oh, don't worry. We don't teach critical race theory in K through 12 schools. We do culturally responsive teaching. Tom J says, most people in LI parts upstate New York, Long Island, I'm going to say, most people in Long Island, parts upstate New York aren't worried about school with some good reason. My family in Long Island still make fun of woke. New York is not close to Cali yet. 80s electro is awesome. Elijah is bringing it back. Hope you two connect again. I don't know about Elijah, man. Elijah is, and I adore Elijah. I adore him. I don't like everything he says, and he's way too conservative for my sensibilities. But just as a person, I think he has a good heart. I think he does his best. Elijah's gone off the fucking crazy train for me, though. Just personally, again, as a person, I personally adore him. I cannot wrap my head around what that kid is doing right now. But you know what? He's still young. He's still figuring it out. I hope that he gets off the crazy train at some point, but you know, people have to make choices. What I will say about Long Island though is I did a story on my Substack 2 weeks ago now. I think it was 2 weeks ago. There is a school on Long Island where a 5th grade teacher in an elementary school are being sued for transing a kid without telling their parents. So if you have family on Long Island, you may want to send them that article that I did about this is an active lawsuit in the state of New York. I was the first person to cover this again, as always. But a family is suing a 5th grade teacher and the elementary school because the 5th grade teacher was transing the child without telling the parents. And then the child ended up going to the school psychologist and talking about having suicidal thoughts. And at that point, they were like, okay, we should probably notify the parents. But the moral of the story is that the teacher, the 5th grade teacher, got so in that kid's head that it confused the kids so badly that they ended up in the school psychologist's office talking about killing themselves. That was in Long Island.
Which is a two-way traffic. You cannot subvert an enemy which doesn't want to be subverted. If you know history of Japan, for example, before 20th century, Japan was a closed society. The moment a foreign boat comes to the shores of Japan, the Imperial Japanese Army politely tell them to get lost. And if American salesman comes to the shore of Japan, let's say 60 or 70 years from now back, and says, oh, I have a very beautiful vacuum cleaner for you, with the good financing, he says, please leave us. We don't need your vacuum cleaner. If they don't leave, they shoot them to preserve their culture, ideology, traditions, values intact. You were not able to subvert Japan. You cannot subvert Soviet Union because the borders are closed. The media is censored by the government. The population is controlled by the KGB and internal police. With all the beautiful glossy pictures of Time magazine and Magazine America, which is published by the American embassy in Moscow, you cannot subvert Soviet citizens because the magazine never reaches Soviet citizens. It's collected from the newsstands and thrown to garbage can. Subversion can be only successful when the initiator, the actor, the agent of subversion has a responsive target. It's a two-way traffic. United States is a receptive target of subversion. There is no response similar to that one from United States to the Soviet Union. It stops halfway somewhere. It never reaches here. The theory of subversion goes all the way back 2,500 years ago. The first human being who formulated the tactics of subversion was a Chinese philosopher by the name of...
Hang on. Tom J says in the chat, and guys, just as a reminder, I wish I could display the chats I'm responding to on the screen. I just can't because StreamYard is not currently working. But Tom J says, Elijah says he's not conservative. He grew up in LA. Both of you come to New York and drinks are on me. Well, the reason I think Elijah is saying he's not a conservative is because he thinks he's more right than conservatives. Elijah is going into alt-right territory. I think it's a mistake. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's a good idea. But he has to make his own choices. And hopefully, again, he's very young. I mean, relatively speaking, he's young. I mean, he's like, what, 30? Something like that? He's going to get it together. Elijah Schaefer, that's who. And again, I adore him. I think he has good energy. But we don't have to agree with the people all the time.
Some said, to 3,500 years BC, he was an advisor for several imperial courts in
I'm not
ancient
insulting
China.
30-somethings. I'm just stating
And he
facts.
said, after long meditation, that to implement to implement state policy in a warlike manner, it's the most counterproductive, barbaric, and inefficient to fight on a battlefield. You know that war is continuation of state policy, right? So if you want successfully to implement your state policy and you start fighting, this is the most idiotic way to do it. The highest art of warfare is not to fight at all, but to subvert anything of value in the country of your enemy, until such time that the perception of reality of your enemy is screwed up to such an extent that he does not perceive you as an enemy, and that your system, your civilization, and your ambitions look to your enemy as an alternative, if not desirable, then at least feasible. Better red than dead. That's the ultimate purpose, the final stage of subversion, after which you can simply take your enemy without a single shot being fired, if the subversion is successful. This is basically what subversion is. As you see, not a single mentioning of blowing up bridges. Of course, Sun Tzu didn't know about blowing up bridges. Maybe there were not that many bridges at that time. But the basics of subversion is being taught to every student of KGB school in USSR and to officers of military academies. I'm not sure if the same author is included in the list of reading for American officers. To say
you know what? This really pisses me off. Yuri Bezmenov just said that subversion is being taught to all of these people in the Soviet Union just naturally, like course of doing business. Now, I have been damn well trying to teach the art of psychological mind games for 2 effing years. And every single time I try to teach people how to use psychology to screw with your enemies and to get in their heads for the purpose of defeating them, I get attacked by fucking conservatives and people in the so-called anti-woke space. And they're like, Carlin is a horrible person. Carlin's a horrible, irresponsible, unethical psychologist. Carlin's trying to teach people how to play mind games. Carlin's teaching people psychological fuckery. She is a horrible person. Everyone attack Carlin because she's trying to teach people how to psychologically manipulate people every goddamn effing time. And it's like, we have Yuri Bezmenov telling us the Soviet Union is teaching people how to psychologically subvert people as a course of doing business. And I'm like, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we playing psychological mind games? Why aren't we teaching people how to do that? And everyone's like, you're evil! You must be canceled on the internet! If you aren't willing to use the tools your enemies are using, then you are preparing yourself to lose and lose badly. So F it. We're doing psychological fuckery, man. We're doing psychological fuckery, and I don't care what you assholes have to say about it. If you have feelings about it, you can go subscribe to the Daily Wire and enjoy all of their content creators lying to you to take your money, and we will do real stuff on this channel that's actually effing useful. And you can whine and cry on Twitter all you like about the fact that I'm teaching people how to fuck with people's heads using the art of psychology, which I spent years learning for precisely this goddamn reason. Kino says Yuri didn't die of natural causes. Of course he didn't die of natural causes. Of course he didn't. Let's continue.
Nothing about ordinary students of political science. I had difficulty to find the translation of Sun Tzu in the library of a university in Toronto and later on here in Los Angeles. But it's a book which is not available. It is forced to every student in USSR. Every student who is taught to be dealing further in his future career with foreign.
Brooklyn, Billboard Chris blocked you? Fuck Billboard Chris. I'm sorry. Billboard Chris is controlled opposition. Billboard Chris has always been controlled opposition. I don't know why people support that guy and they can't see that he's controlled opposition. I saw that exchange on Twitter that Brooklyn Way was just having with Billboard Chris, and Brooklyn Way was 100% correct, and Billboard Chris was 100% wrong, and he blocked her for that because Billboard Chris is controlled opposition. You know who Billboard Chris is working with right now? Does anyone have any idea? This isn't public. I'm spilling, I don't think it's public, maybe it is, but I'm spilling the tea. Billboard Chris is working with Matt Walsh. Billboard Chris is controlled opposition. Billboard Chris has started fights and created dissension among all sorts of people in the anti-woke space. Billboard Chris has attacked James Lindsay and questioned him. Billboard Chris doesn't listen when people who are far smarter than him try to correct him about what's going on. Billboard Chris wants to deign to tell people about the American education system when he is from effing Canada and doesn't understand the American education system at all. He is controlled opposition. And I don't care if he goes and, like, you know, goes to these protests and, like, has a billboard and talks to people. Okay, fine. He can go to protests and have a billboard and talk to people. I don't really care. But that guy has repeatedly created dissension in the anti-woke space more than almost any person I've seen. He runs around attacking people for no good reason. He runs with people who do exactly the same thing. There are a lot of grifters in this space, and he is absolutely one of them. And so Tom Mueller is saying if Matt Walsh is controlled ops, then Daily Wire is controlled ops. Yep. Daily Wire is controlled opposition, guys. Big time. Not even a question. Yeah, Brooklyn, I saw that exchange, and you were 100% right with what you said, and he was 100% wrong, and he was being an asshole because he's controlled opposition. Always has been, always will be.
Nice. What subversion is? Basically, it consists of 4 periods, time-wise. If we start from here and go this way, time, right? This is the beginning point. The first stage of subversion is the process which is called, basically, demoralization. It says for itself what it is. It takes from say 15 to 20 years to demoralize a society. Why 15 or 20 years? This is the time sufficient to educate one generation of students or children. One generation, one lifetime span of a person, a human being, which is dedicated to study, to shaping up the outlook, ideology, personality. No more, no less. Usually it takes from 15 to 20 years. What it includes? It includes influencing, or by various methods, infiltration, propaganda methods, direct contacts, doesn't really matter. I will describe them later. Of various areas where public opinion is formulated or shaped. Religion, educational system, social life, administration, law enforcement system, military, of course, and labor and employer relations, economy, okay? 5 areas. I will not write them down because we'll not have enough space. Sometimes when I describe all the methods, students ask me question, are you sure this is the result of the Soviet influence? Not necessarily. You see, the tactic of subversion, about which I'm talking, is similar to the martial art, the Japanese martial art. If some of you are familiar with that tactic, probably you will remember that if an enemy is bigger and heavier than yourself, it would be very painful to resist his direct strike. If a heavier person wants to strike me in the face, it would be very naive and counterproductive to stop his blow. The Chinese and Japanese judo art tells us what to do. First, to avoid the strike, then to grab the fist.
Tom J says, do the ladies love Yuri's red tie or no? I mean, I love the whole ensemble, but this was the 80s. The 80s had different standards, Tom J. But I'll look for what people say in the chat.
And continue his movement in the direction where it was before, right? Until the enemy crashes in the wall. You see? So what happens here? The target country obviously does something wrong. If it's a free democratic society, there are many different movements within the society. There are obviously, in every society, there are people who are against this society. They may be simple criminals, ideologically in disagreement with the state policy, conscientious enemies, simply psychotic personalities who are against anything, right? And finally, there are a small group of agents of a foreign nation, bought, subverted, recruited, right? The moment all these movements will be directed in one direction, right? This is the time to catch that movement and to continue it until the movement forces the whole society into collapse, into crisis, right? So that's exactly the martial art tactic. We don't stop an enemy. We let him go. We help him to go in the direction we want them to go, okay? So, on the stage of demoralization, obviously, there are tendencies in each society, in each country, which are going to opposite direction from the basic moral values and principles. To take advantage of these movements, to capitalize on them, is the main purpose of the originator of subversion. So we have religion, we have education, we have social life, we have power structure, we have labor relations, unions, and finally we have law and order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? These are the areas of application of subversion.
Yeah, Kino says, holy shit, he warned us 40 years in advance and no one listened. Exactly, Kino. I want to rewind this part again because I think that this is actually really important. What Kino's saying is true. This is, guys, this is why we sit here and we listen to people. Man. Let's rewind this and just go back a little ways to make sure we're listening.
So, on the stage of demoralization, obviously, there are tendencies in each society, in each country, which are going to opposite direction from the basic moral values and principles. To take advantage of these movements, to capitalize on them, is the main purpose of the originator of subversion. So we have religion, we have education, we have social life, we have power structure, we have labor relations, unions, and finally we have law and order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? These are the areas of application of subversion. What it means exactly? In case of religion, destroy it, ridicule it, replace it with various sects, cults, which bring people's attention, faith, whether it is naive, primitive, doesn't really matter. As long as the basically accepted religious dogma is being slowly eroded and taken away from the supreme purpose of religion, to keep people in touch with the supreme being, that serves the purpose. Therefore, replace it, accepted, respected religious organizations with...
I just want to point out for all the Christians in the chat, because I know, and I'm not against Christianity, I believe people can worship however they want, but I'm pretty sure a lot of Christians listening to this might be hearing they're attacking Christianity because of this. There are a lot of religions and spiritual beliefs in the world that are not Christianity. Christianity is not the only way to have religion or spiritual beliefs. And while it may be true that some people are against Christians, it is mostly because a lot of Christians, not all of them, but some of them, act like overt hypocritical assholes to people, and it turns people off from Christianity. So if you really don't want Christianity to be persecuted, you've got to stop being assholes and hypocrites. I'm not suggesting all Christians are assholes and hypocrites. I'm not suggesting most are. Most are perfectly fine people. But there are a lot of ways to have religion and spirituality in your life that are not Christianity. All right? Kino says he inadvertently mentioned Antifa as opposition 40 years ahead of its resurgence. I'm really grateful to Kala for encouraging us to watch this tonight.
Fake organizations distract people's attention from the real faith and attract them to various different faiths. Education, distract them from learning something which is constructive, pragmatic, efficient. Instead of mathematics, physics, foreign languages, chemistry, teach them history of urban warfare, natural food, home economy, your sexuality.
Bye, Brooklyn. Have a good one.
It takes you away. Okay? Social life. Replace traditionally established institutions and organizations with fake organizations. Take away the initiative from people. Take away the responsibility from naturally established links between individuals, group of individuals, and society at large, and replace them with artificially, bureaucratically controlled bodies. Instead of social life and friendship between neighbors, establish social workers institutions. People who are on payroll of whom? Society? No, bureaucracy. The main concern of social workers is not your family, not you, not social relations between groups of people. The main concern is to get the paycheck from the government. What will be the result of their social work doesn't really matter. They can develop all kind of concepts to show to the government and to the people that they're useful. Okay, away from the natural links, power structure. Okay, the natural bodies of administration, which are traditionally either elected by
Thanks, the expert. I appreciate it.
Or appointed by elected leaders of society, are being actively substituted by artificial bodies. The bodies of people, groups of people whom nobody elected. Never. As a matter of fact, most of the people don't like them at all, and yet they exist. One of such group is media. Who elected them? How come they,
yes,
they have so much power? Almost monopolistic power on your mind. They can rape your mind. But who elected them? How come they have a nerve to decide what is good and what is bad for the elected?
God, I would give fucking anything to have a conversation with Yuri Bezmenov today. Who is today's Yuri Bezmenov? Oh man, if I could have a conversation with anyone living or dead right this moment, it would be Yuri Bezmenov. You know what would be cool? I'm gonna have to think about this. There's a woman that has a YouTube channel. It's a little woo. It's called Channeling Eric. And it's this woman named Alicia Matthews who's in Texas, and I think she's kind of conservative. I think she's either more conservative or libertarian. She's not a leftist at all. But her son died by suicide a long time ago, but she uses mediums and psychics to have afterlife conversations with people who've died. And they're fascinating. So what happens is, and her son is there, like they channel her son and they channel whatever spirit they're talking to. They have an entire hours-long conversation with these people. So they've channeled that. How I found them is they did an afterlife conversation with Hitler. and it's called Afterlife Interview with Hitler. It's on the channel Channeling Eric. If you search for it on YouTube, it is fascinating. It really is. It was one of the it's just like it's a completely different perspective. But they do everyone famous. They did a great afterlife interview with Prince Philip after he died. They did a 3-parter on a 3-part afterlife interview with Queen Elizabeth after she died. I haven't listened to it yet, but it's like on the list. They've done everyone. They've done, I mean, historical figures. They've done contemporary figures. They've done all sorts of stuff, and it's fascinating. Wouldn't it be great to have her do an afterlife interview with Yuri Bezmenov? I think that would be great. I'm pretty sure Distraction Factory, I'm pretty sure they did something around Epstein. I don't recall it specifically, but I'm pretty sure they did. They've done everyone. And I happen to know one of the mediums that does mediumship for her. I'm going to just suggest that. I think that would be a really good idea. And then maybe people think it's fake. Fine. Maybe people are like, Carlin, this is obvious chicanery. Okay, fine. But let's listen to what the guy has to say. And the worst, they did one with, what's his name? McCaffrey. They did John McCaffrey. That's what it was. Who said that? Distraction Factory. They did John McCaffrey. That's a good one. If you like Epstein, listen to the Afterlife interview with John McCaffrey. Spoiler alert, he didn't kill himself. I'm gonna try to see if that can happen.
By you, President, and his administration. Who the hell are they? Spiro Agnew, who was hated by the liberal left, called them a bunch of enfeebled snobs. And that's exactly what they are. They think they know. They don't. The level of mediocrity. In a big establishment like New York Times, Los Angeles Times, major television network, you don't have to be excellent journalist. You have to be exactly a mediocre journalist. That's easier to survive. There's no competition anymore. You have your...
At the New York Times, you don't need to be an excellent journalist. You only need to be a mediocre journalist. Okay, Distraction Factory is asking for the name of the channel. It's Channeling... I believe this is it. Channeling Eric, E-R-I-C-K. It's something like that, maybe with only one L. And then just like you can go through the whole catalog of afterlife interviews. But he just said to be at the New York Times, you only need to be a mediocre journalist. If you're an excellent journalist, you're not going to survive at the New York Times. Which is, by the way, true of like all organizations. Organizations, and for people who don't know, I'm an organizational psychologist by training, so I work with organizations. To help them like create better working environments. Organizations hate excellence. They hate it. Organizations want mediocrity because mediocrity is much easier to control. So if you're really good at your job, that's actually a detriment in most organizations because most organizations just want rule followers. They don't want you to think outside of the box. They don't want you to do anything new. They don't want you to change things they've been doing for a million years. Even if your way is better, it doesn't matter. They don't want new. They don't want excellence. They want mediocre and compliant. Thank you, Grit City Kitty, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it.
Good, nice income, $100,000 a year. That's it. Whether you are better or worse doesn't really matter anymore. As soon as you're smiling to the camera and do your job. That's it. No more competition.
They're laughing, but it's true.
Power structure slowly is eroded by the bodies and groups of people who do not have neither qualification nor the will of people to keep them in power, and yet they do have power. Okay. Together with that, there's another process. Law enforcement, law and order organization and structure is being eroded. For the last 20, 25 years, if you see old movies and new movies, you can see that in new movies, a policeman, an officer of the United States Army looks dumb, angry, psychotic, paranoid.
I don't mind the police state being
criminal
eroded.
Looks nice, kind of, well, he smokes hash and shoots the whatever drug, but basically he's a nice human being. He's creative. And he's unproductive only because society oppresses him. Whereby a general of Pentagon is always, by definition, a dumb, a war maniac. A policeman is a pig, rude policeman. He abuses his power.
He does.
You know? A generalization like that. The hatred, the mistrust to the people who are supposed to protect you and enforce law and order. Moral relativity.
I really disagree with him on
Angelo
this.
Buono process lasted 2 years in Los Angeles.
That's all right, though. We're allowed to disagree
Relativity.
sometimes.
The Angelo Buono process lasted 2 years in Los Angeles. And yet there are still some lawyers who say, look, he's a nice character, as a matter of fact. There was some witness who said, also a criminal, who said, well, he's a nice guy. I asked him one day to burn a house of my enemy, and he wouldn't do it. He's a nice fella. Erosion. A slow substitution of basic moral principles, whereby a criminal is not a criminal, actually. He's a defendant. Even if his guilt is proven, there is still a doubt to kill or not to kill, to be or not to be. Thou shalt not kill, yes, but...
Grit City Kitty says, try to talk to G. Edward Griffin. He's been talking about these things for years, and he's alive now. Grit City Kitty, I'm going to write that down. Give me one moment. I'm writing it down right under Yasmin's note to find a Black feminism presentation. G. Edward Griffin. All right, Grit City Kitty, I do appreciate it. I've got a note taken down.
This line may not necessarily be applicable to a murderer. I shall not.
Krista asked, what do I disagree with? I do not believe that the police are worthy of our respect or trust. I don't believe that the police are here to uphold and protect society. Maybe onesies and twosies fine, but I am generally extraordinarily skeptical of the value of our policing. That's what I disagree with.
Murder, that should be the presumption, not that I shall not kill. Okay, labor relations. At this stage, within 15 to 20 years,
and you might disagree with me on that, and that's okay.
The traditionally established links of bargaining between employer and employee. The classical Marxist-Leninist theory of natural exchange of goods. A person A has 5 sacks of grain and person B has 5 pairs of shoes. And the natural exchange without money is when they bargain between each other. And only with the introduction of the third force, C, an entirely third foreign stranger who says, no, don't give him 5 sacks of grain, give it to me. And you give me your 5 pairs of shoes and I will distribute it accordingly. So that the economy will go. This is the death of natural exchange, death of natural bargaining. Well, trade unions were established 100 years ago. The objective was to improve working conditions and to protect the rights of workers from those employers who were abusing their right because they had more money. Objectively, at that time, initially, the trade union movement did work. What we see now is that the bargaining process is no longer resulting in the compromise, which is leading objectively to betterment of working conditions and increase of salary. What we see is that after each prolonged strike, the workers lose. Even if they have 10% increase of their salaries, they cannot catch up due to inflation and due to missed time. More than that, millions of people suffer from that strike because economy now is interdependent. It's intertwined like one body. If previously steel workers, say 100 years ago, could strike and nobody would suffer, now it's impossible anymore. If a garbage collector strikes today, The rest of the multi-million city is stinking. I mean, there's no more service. In Quebec, for example, we had the electricians who were on strike in the middle of winter. You can freeze your bottom, and they still were on strike. Did they catch up with the salary? No, they lost. Who benefited? The leaders of trade unions. What is the motivation for strike? Improving a workers' condition? No, obviously it's not. Then what is it? Ideology. To prove to these capitalists. And the obedient horde of workers, like sheep, follow these people. And they cannot disobey. Why? Because if they do, you know what happens to them? Pickets, murders, shooting truck drivers by picketers. In Montreal, for example, I saw with my own eyes when I was correspondent of CBC International, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, when the workers of aircraft factory destroyed computers and the equipment in the factory. And the administration employed strike breakers. Their cars were turned upside down and burned. Their houses were burned. Their kids were intimidated. And some victims were there. Of that you can be sure. Why? To improve conditions of workers? No. Ideology. Okay, so this is what happens basically. It may or may not happen without the help of the Soviet Union. But the natural tendencies are being greatly taken advantage of and capitalized by the Soviet propaganda systems. How? Whenever trade union strikes, we have influx of propaganda, mass media, ideological dissemination. The workers' right, and we repeat it like parrots. Yes, workers' right. Whose rights? Workers? No. The only freedom of worker to sell his labor according to his own desire and will is taken away from him. By whom? By trade union boss. Unlimited power is given. Responsibility. I want to sell my labor not for $2.50 an hour, but for $2. I don't have right. My freedom is denied to me. I know that if I sell my work for $2 an hour, not for $3 an hour, I will compete better with the other guy who is lazy and more greedy. I don't need $3. I need only $2. No, I was made to believe by media, by business, by advertising agencies that I need more.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, I mean, this whole like $25 an hour minimum wage thing or $15 an hour minimum wage thing or whatever it'll be next week, $186 an hour minimum wage thing, it doesn't benefit people. You can get to higher wages through free market competition, but here's the thing. If you are not willing to negotiate your own salary, the reason that a lot of people are upset with their salary, that they accepted, by the way, no one ever forces anyone to accept a job or a salary. If you don't want to do the work for that job, you are free to go somewhere else. But most people, when they accepted a job, accepted a salary without negotiating, and this is particularly true with women. If you do not even try to negotiate your salary, then don't be upset. You know, I saw a study last week that there was this one organization that proved that Black employees were paid less than white employees doing the same job. And the organization was like, well, these employees negotiated and these employees didn't. So it was like half of the people asked for more money, half of the people didn't ask for more money, and then the people who didn't ask for more money were upset that they weren't being paid as much as the people who asked for more money. You have to negotiate your salary. Organizations, when they offer, and I've made this mistake, so I understand. Believe me, I understand. But what you need to hear is that when an organization offers you a job with a salary, they have built into their equation that you are going to come back and ask them for more money. And so they built that in. They assume that's going to happen. So they have already said, we're going to offer at this level. And then when they come back and ask for this, we're going to offer this. They've already built it into their thought process. And so if you don't come back and make the ask for more money, and I understand that it is uncomfortable to ask for more money, it's really uncomfortable. But if you don't do it, you are the one leaving money on the table because they have already planned for you to do it. They offered you the bare minimum that they're willing to pay you, but they're actually perfectly willing to pay you more money if you ask for it. They may not come all the way up to your demand, but they're going to try to negotiate with you. And then you can negotiate other things. You're going to say, okay, well, you're not willing to meet my demand. Can I have an extra vacation day? Can I work from home 3 times a week? There's so many different benefits that you can negotiate to make up the difference. And if you don't take the risk, you are leaving money on the table and it is your own GD fault. I think one of the most valuable things that we can teach people is how to negotiate. Because most people are so afraid to do it that they just don't. And then they complain. Anyway, that's a side rant. I think, did I have a super chat that I missed? Hang on one sec. Yeah, Grit City Kitty says on YouTube, there's Griffin interviewing Bezmenov. Oh, wouldn't that be a nice thing to watch? Maybe we'll watch that sometime, Grit City Kitty. I appreciate you telling me about it. And Naruto says, minimum wage should be tied to the cost of living. I don't know that I agree with that, Naruto. I mean, it's certainly a position that you're allowed to take. I'm not sure I agree with you on it, but, you know, okay, we're allowed to disagree.
More and more. Have you ever heard any advertising on TV to consume less? No. No way. Whether you need a 6-cylinder car or not, you have to buy it. And hurry up. When I was driving here on the local radio station, an excited announcer said, you hurry up, rush and save, save, save. There's a pantyhose sale. Save by buying more. Of course. It would be too naive to expect that KGB makes that advertising agency to do such a crazy commercial. No, of course not. But what we did when I was working for Novosti Press, we would snow plow editorial offices, student organizations, religious groups with literature of class struggle. If not directly Marxism-Leninism propaganda, then a propaganda of a legitimate aspirations of working class, betterment of life, equality, mind you. President Kennedy once said, we will make America to believe that people are born equal. Are people born equal? Is there any mentioning in the Bible or any other holy scripture in any religion, if you don't believe me, go to the library and check it. There is not a single word about equality, just the opposite. By your deeds, God will judge you.
Jacob says, guys, G. Edward Griffin, albeit younger, was the person interviewing Yuri Bezmenov in that first interview. I would have loved to see them have an actual conversation. That would have been great. Thank you for letting us know, Jacob, that we were being ridiculous. It happens. It happens when you spend 4 hours on the internet.
What you do is important. The merit of your personality. You cannot legislate equality. If you want to be equal, you have to be equal. You have to deserve it. And yet we build our society on the principle of equality. We say people are equal. We know it is false. It's a lie. Some people are tall and stupid. Others are short, bold, and clever.
Ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth? I wish we could actually acknowledge that. People are different. People have different strengths. They have different weaknesses. It's just the way it goes, man. Some people are born rich, some people are born poor. It's just the way it goes.
We make them If we make them equal by force, if we put the principle of equality in the basis of our socio-political structure, it's the same thing as building a house on sand. Sooner or later, it will collapse, and that's exactly what happens. And we, as Soviet propaganda makers, are trying to push you in the direction which you go yourself. Equality, yes, equality. People are equal. Land of equal opportunities. Is it true or not? Think about it. Equal opportunities. Should there be equal opportunities? For me and for a lazy bastard who come here from some other country and immediately registers as a welfare recipient benefits? I never received a single dollar. No, sorry, I did receive once. But I never applied for welfare. For the 13 years, I took any job. Security guard, journalist, taxi driver, anything. Well, I was restless, but some people don't like it. They immediately. So why should we have equal opportunities? Why?
The equal opportunity to excel.
Equal opportunity in equal circumstances, yes, but you know people are different. To excel, yes, provided we reach the same level of excellency, perfection, which is hypothetical, distant future. Yes, maybe. But we know perfectly well that even with the best intentions, people could not be equal. Why should we have equality in the, say, legal system? Myself, I'm considering myself a law-abiding citizen, and a person who comes here to rob and shoot, say, the United States administration under Carter imported thousands of Cuban criminals. They were non-criminals, yet they were accepted. Do you think it's fair if myself and my wife from Philippines, who work like a, excuse me, horse as a lab technician in a hospital, should have the same rights as a criminal from Cuba? Why? And yet we repeat as parrots, equality, equality, equality.
Hang on. Green Maoist in the chat is saying Marxism does not call for complete equality. This is a myth. Oh, we know that, Green Maoist. Marxism calls for equity, which is completely different than equality. We are well aware of what Marxism calls for, and we know it's not equality in any way.
And the Soviet propaganda system helps us to believe that equality is something which is desirable. Democracy, as it was established by fathers of this country, of this system in the last century, is not equality. It's the system where different people, unequal people, have a chance to survive and help each other in constant competition, in constant perfection. Not inequality, which is superimposed from a godfather or nice person in Washington, D.C. And the absolute equality exists in Soviet Union, quote unquote equality. Everybody is equal in dirt.
He's talking about
except
equity,
some
not
people
equality.
are more
He's talking
equal
about
than the others in Politburo. So the moment you bring a country to the point of almost total demoralization, when nothing works anymore, when you are not sure whether it is right or wrong, good and bad, but there's no division between evil and good, when even the leaders of church sometimes say, well, violence for the sake of justice, especially social justice, is justified in the countries like Nicaragua, El Salvador, well, maybe Rhodesia, and we listen to them and say, yeah, probably it's true. Is it true? No, it is not true. Violence is not justified, especially for the sake of quote-unquote social justice introduced by Marxist-Leninists. That is my former colleagues from Novosti Press Agency. Okay, so we reached that.
Green Maoist says, no, Marxism calls for seizures of the means of production and creating a dictatorship of the proletariat, not about equality or equity. Green Maoist, what do you think a dictatorship of the proletariat is?
That point, The next step.
I love it when Marxists come for Socialism Saturday, and I'm glad Green Mouse is here. I am. Because I think it's important that we talk to each other, but I also love when Marxists come to Socialism Saturday and they don't understand their own ideology. It's great.
Is destabilization. Again, this word says for itself what it is. To destabilize all the relations.
Oh. You mean the goal of the woke left is to destabilize the system? You mean it's to destabilize the system? Are you sure it's to destabilize the system? I'm pretty sure he just said the goal of the woke left was to destabilize the system. The 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in your Marxist utopia. If you have questions about this, you can go to my Substack, Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Go up into the search bar and search for 4 goals. And that's going to bring up an article that I wrote about the 4 goals of the woke left, where I explicitly explain that the 4 goals of the woke left are to gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system in that exact language, attack capitalism, and usher in a Marxist utopia. And I wrote those 4 goals based on watching thousands of hours of their trainings and listening to how they were applying their ideas in the real world. I've never seen this. But I think it's kind of funny that it's the same language. But that's not where I got it from. I got it from watching their trainings. Yeah, Krista says, I thought you got those goals from Yuri Bezmenov. No, I didn't. I got it from watching their trainings and just summarizing what I'd seen over and over and over and over again. Because if you, again, guys, the people who watch Happy Hour on Fridays at 5 p.m. and Socialism Saturday on Saturdays at 6 p.m. know more about what the woke left is doing than anyone on the internet. I firmly believe that's true. Because we actually watch them and we listen to them. And we listen to what they're saying. And we're not talking about the philosophy. I'm not reading their literature. James Lindsay's doing a great job at that. He can explain that. That is his happy place. What we do is we watch their real world trainings. We watch their lectures. We watch their conferences. We hear them talk about what they want to do in the real world. And based on watching thousands of hours of those trainings over the last 3 years, that's how I came to the conclusion of the 4 goals of the woke left. Because those are the themes that come up over and over and over again. They literally talk about capitalism in every single effing training they do. Even if it's not about capitalism or economics or anything like that. It always comes up. And so you know what people care about and what their real goals are when you read between the lines and you have to look for the language patterns that repeat over and over and over again. And you make conclusions based on the language patterns that just keep showing up. Thank you, Yuri.
All the accepted institutions and organizations in a country of your enemy. How you do it? You don't have to send a battalion of KGB agents to blow up bridges. No, you let them do it themselves.
And if you really want to know where I came to the conclusion that one of the goals of the woke left was to destabilize the system, it was when I read that book, Something of Looting. Something of Looting. What the fuck was the name of that book? Something of Looting. Hang on. Let me look it up. Looting. In Defense of Looting. That's it. There was a book that came out in the summer of 2020 called In Defense of Looting. And when I read that book in the summer of 2020, I was like, holy shit, they're just trying to destabilize everything. That was when I reached that conclusion.
Area of application is, again, it's narrower now, not like the previous case. The overt legitimate actions of the KGB in this case would be hardly noticeable. There is no crime if a professor who recently went to USSR introduces a course of Marxism-Leninism in a Californian college, for example. Nobody is going to come to his doorstep and say, okay, mister, come, you're under arrest. No, it's not a crime. It's not even considered a moral crime against your country. So the area of application here is narrowing down to economy, again, labor relations, right? To law and order, plus military. And economy, law and order. Yes, and again, the media, but wider scope, a little bit different. I'll explain it later. Okay, basically 3 areas. Economy, the radicalization of bargaining process. If on that stage, we still could achieve, theoretically, some positive compromise between the negotiating sides with say, the arbitrary introduction of arbitrary judges, third side, objectively judging the demands of both sides. Here, it's radicalization. On the stage of destabilization, we cannot come to compromise even within a family. The husband and wife couldn't figure out which is better. Husband wants his kids to eat at the table, and wife wants a child to roam around the room and drop food all over the floor. They cannot come to compromise unless they start a fight. It's impossible to reach a compromise, constructive compromise between neighbors. Some people say, I don't like you to watering your lawn at that time because exactly at that time I'm walking my dog and he's getting nervous. He cannot pass his bowels, you know. So they cannot compromise. They go to a civil court or something like that. Radicalization of human relations. No more compromise. Fight, fight, fight. The normal, traditionally...
Does anyone think we are in an era of radicalization of human relations, with each side constantly backlashing against the other? No one is listening. No one's trying to find common ground. It's just fight, 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 fight over every goddamn thing. Even within the different tribes, they're all fighting each other and fucking eating each other all the time because that's all they know how to do.
Accepted relations are destabilized. The relations between teachers and students in schools and colleges fight. The relations in economical sphere between laborers and employers are further radicalized. No more acceptance of the legitimacy of demands of workers. Unlike Japanese with the theory Z, if you ever heard about it, where the workers are involved in the decision-making process. Therefore, they don't have moral incentive to fight their bosses. In the United States, it's just the opposite. The harder is the fight, the better. The more heroic they look. When the Greyhound network was on strike recently, the correspondents of local TV networks all over the United States were approaching the strikers and they say, oh, yes, we are doing something nice. They look like heroes and they were proud. There was some family, the husband was a bus driver. Now they decided in a protest against the bosses to camp somewhere in the forest. And they were presented to the audience as a heroic, nice people, you see? The violent clashes between passengers, picketers, and the strikers are presented as something normal. 10, 15, 20 years ago, we would be angry, say, why so much hatred? Today we are not. We say, well, commonplace. Radicalization, militarization sometimes. As I explained on that stage, I took a step a little bit further. Shooting people. Okay, law and order now also is pushed into the area where previously people settled their differences peacefully and legitimately. Now we are getting with this court cases in the smallest irrelevant cases, we cannot solve our problems anymore. The society at large becomes more and more antagonistic between individuals, between groups of individuals, and the society at large. The media puts himself in the opposition to the society in general, at large, separate, alienated. Okay? On that stage, you remember I was talking a couple of hours ago about the sleepers. That's when the students from, say, United States, if they are trained in Lumumba University, or developing nations, that's the students I was dealing with, are being sent back from the Soviet Union here. Or if they were already in the United States, in the country, which is the object of subversion, they spring to action. The sleepers go up. They slept for 15 to 20 years. Now they become leaders of groups, preachers, I don't know, public figures. Prominently, they actively include themselves in a political process. All of a sudden, we see a homosexual. 15 years ago, he did his dirty job and nobody cared. Now he makes it a political issue. It's a political issue. He demands recognition, respect, human rights, and he rallies a large group of people. And there are violent clashes between him and police, his group and ordinary people, no matter what. It's black against white, yellows against green, doesn't matter where the division line goes. As long as this group come into antagonistic clash, sometimes militantly, sometimes with firearms.
Is this sounding familiar? This is scarier than the interview. This is so dead on. Just remember, guys, they want us to be divided. They want us to be angry. They want us to fight each other. The purpose of everything we experience is to get us to hate each other and to get us to fight each other. And I want to encourage everyone, you can disagree with someone and not hate them. And you don't have to go against everything that your political enemy says. Most people are good people that are just trying to do their best. Most people have been lied to by whatever media they're watching, whether that be CNN or Fox News, because both of them lie. One side is not better than the other. It's okay to be friends with people you disagree with. It's okay to have conversations with people you disagree with. It's okay to listen to people you disagree with. I am fully in support. You know, we have a Maoist friend in our chat right now. I am fully supportive of that person going and living in a Maoist, communist, Marxist community that they want to, as long as they don't force it on me. They can move to the bustling metropolis that is Vermont, and they can set up whatever Maoist commune they want to set up in Vermont and all live in that way. And that way they can form their own government. They can give the state the control of the means of production. Just leave me alone. Don't touch New Hampshire, and I will live here and you will live there, and we can trade and we can barter and we can, you know, play nice when it benefits us to play nice, and then we leave each other alone when we have disagreements about basic lifestyle choices, and everyone can live the way they want to live. We don't have to hate each other. We don't have to try to destroy each other. These things are possible. And it is the system that tries to convince us over and over and over again that our only recourse is to hate each other. You don't have to live in an angry, outraged perspective. No matter how crazy things get, you don't have to allow it to impact how you see the world, how you see other people. I promise you, there are millions of people in the world who are not angry every single day. They just want to be left alone. That's it.
arms. That is destabilization process. The sleepers, many of whom are simply KGB agents, become leaders of the process of destabilization. Doesn't mean that Comrade Andropov sends Comrade Ivanov to the United States. The person who takes care is already here. He's a respected citizen of the United States. Sometimes he gets money from various foundations for his legitimate struggle for, I don't know, human rights, women's rights, kid lib, prison lib, whatever. There are sympathetic Americans who donate their money to him. This stabilization process usually leads directly to the process of crisis. In case of developing nations, that's the area where I was active. The process starts when the legitimate bodies of power, the social structure collapse. It cannot function anymore. So instead, we have artificial's body injected into society, such as non-elected committees. You remember I was talking about them here. Social workers who are not elected by people, media who are self-appointed rulers of your opinion, some strange groups which claim that they know how to lead society forward. They don't usually. All they care is how to collect donations and sell their own concocted ideology, mixture of religion and ideology.
Ain't it the truth, Yuri?
We have all this artificial's body claiming power. If the power is denied to them, they take it by force. In case of Iran, for example, all of a sudden we have revolutionary committees. What kind of revolution? There was no revolution yet, and yet they had the committees. They were taking power of judgment. They had the power of execution. They had the power of legislation, and that they had the power of judicial. All of them combined in one person who is half-baked intellectual, sometimes graduated from Harvard University or Berkeley. He comes back to his country and he thinks that he knows the answer to all the social, economical problems. Okay? Crisis is when society cannot function anymore productively. It collapses, obviously. That's the word for crisis. So therefore, the population at large is looking for a savior. The religious groups are expecting a messiah to come. The workers say, we have family to feed. Let's have a strong government, maybe socialist government, centralized. When somebody put the employers on their place and let us work. We are sick and tired of going to strike and missing overtime and all that stuff. We need some strong man, strong government, a leader, a savior is needed. Population is sick and tired already. And here we are. We have a savior. Either a foreign nation comes in, or the local group of leftists, Marxists, no matter what they call themselves, Sandinista, a reverend or some sort, Bishop Muzureva, like in Zimbabwe, doesn't matter. A savior comes and says, I will lead you. So we have two alternatives here. Civil war, an invasion. Okay? See how it goes? Civil war, we know what it is. Lebanon is the best example. The civil war, which was artificially implanted in Lebanon by injection of force of PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization. Invasion, we have in many other countries like Afghanistan, name any East European country, it was invaded by the Soviet army. But the result is the same. The next stage is normalization.
Hang on, Chris is saying something in the chat that I'd like to acknowledge. And again, let's all thank Krista in the chat because she was the one who suggested that we watch these today. And I poo-pooed it for a second, but then I thought about it and realized that she was right. And I'm really glad that we did watch these today. Krista says, A crisis like he's talking about is something sudden that puts everything to a halt and the government uses it to their advantage. So for COVID, Trudeau specifically said that the pandemic has given them the opportunity to push through their pre-pandemic plans. Excuse me, Summer of Love is another example of a crisis that was being used. I agree, Krissa.
Is a very ironic word, of course. It is borrowed from
And Lazy Bear says, this sounds a lot like what Hayek warned in The Road to Serfdom. I need to read A Road to Serfdom. Maybe we'll do it for a book club at some point. But I haven't read it yet.
1968 situation in Czechoslovakia, when the Soviet propaganda and after them New York Times declared the country is normalized. The tanks moved into Prague, so there's no more Prague Spring, there's no more violence, normalization. At that stage, the self-appointed rulers of the society don't need any revolution anymore. They don't need any radicalism anymore. So this is the reverse from destabilization. Basically, it is stabilizing the country by force. So all the sleepers and activists and social workers and liberals and homosexuals and professors and Marxists and Leninists are being eliminated physically sometimes. They've done their job already. Okay? They are not needed anymore. The new rulers need stability to exploit the nation, to exploit the country, to take advantages of the victory. Okay? So no more revolutionaries, please. And that's exactly what happens in a number of countries. You remember Bangladesh? This is the crisis in which I was instrumental. First, they had Mujibur Rahman. In 1971, he was the leader of People's Party, Awami League, with mustache like Stalin. He was in Russia many times. In 5 years, he was shot by his former colleagues, Marxists. He fulfilled his function. In Afghanistan, it happened 3 times. First there was Taraki, then there was Amin, now there's Babrak Karmal. They killed each other successively, one after another. The moment he fulfills his duty, the first one demoralized country, the second destabilized, the third one brought it to crisis. Goodbye, comrades. Babrak Karmal comes from Moscow and put into the seat of power. Same thing happened in Grenada recently. Maurice Bishop, Marxist, was killed by Austin, what's his name, General something, who was also...
You know, I just want to put a general idea out there. And guys, we have about 20 minutes, less than 15 minutes left of this presentation. Something like that. I don't know. You guys can do math. I want to put an idea out there. I'm thinking about, I have so many books I want to write. And I think that the next book I write is I'm going to self-publish it because I'm just... Publishers take too effing long. And they don't really do anything, to be honest. So I think that I might be self-publishing my next book. We're going to have to see how it works. But I want to run the topic by you that I'm thinking. I want to write a book of real-life dystopian stories. So I want to basically illustrate how we're living in real-life dystopia by writing a collection. And I think it's going to be shorter, like really short shorter chapters. I kind of have this idea of like 101 real life dystopian stories. I don't know if I would make it that many, but like I want to actually show people here is how dystopia is manifesting in the real world in like really quick hits that they can kind of wrap their head around and then see it within like the full context of a collection. And if I do that, I think I would try to crowdfund for it, but it would be like, I mean, we're talking about like, this is a long-term project, whereas like with Schools Exposed, I crowdfunded and then I delivered the program within a couple of months. We're talking it would be probably at least a year because I haven't started the research for this yet, not with any focused effort. I have ideas for it, but I haven't started it yet. And so it would be a long-term project. And I just want to put it out there. Do you guys, A, do you think that would be a good idea? B, is that something that you would want to read and want to support? Let me know in the chat.
From Marxist. Right? So no more revolutions, please. Normalization now. From now on, no more strikes, no more homosexuals, No more women lib, no more kid lib, no more lib, period. A good, solid, democratic proletarian freedom. That's it. Now, to reverse this process takes enormous effort. When today, United States had to invade Grenada to reverse the process of subversion. Some people say, boy, this is not good, it's not kosher to invade the beautiful country, island of Grenada. Well, why didn't you stop the process here when Grenada was just approached by leftists? Why not to prevent Maurice Bishop to come in power in the first place? Did Grenadians want him? Very questionable. They didn't know who was Maurice Bishop in the first place. He came to power by coup d'etat himself. Okay? No, we let the situation develop further and further and further until the crisis and normalization very soon. And then the United States decided to invade country, discovering that the country was absolutely a military base for the Soviet Union. Of course, it's a drastic measure. Of course, it's a pity that Marine Corps had to lose, what, 17 lives? Very bad. Why not to stop the process before it comes to crisis? Oh, no, intellectuals will not let you. It's interference into domestic affairs. They're very careful not to let American administration to interfere in domestic affairs of Latin American countries. They don't mind Soviet Union interfere in these affairs. Okay. So to reverse this process from here, it takes only and always military force. No other force on earth can reverse this process at this point. At this point, it does not take military invasion of the United States Army. It takes strong action, like in Chile, a CIA covert involvement to prevent the savior from outside to come into power and to stabilize country before it erupts into civil war. Stabilize country before it erupts into civil war. Okay? Support the right-wing conservative forces. By money, by crooks or love, doesn't matter. Stabilize the country. Don't let the crisis develop into civil war or invasion. Oh no, your liberals will say it's against the law. The Congress will not appropriate money for covert actions of CIA. Why not? Should we wait till the normalization come and Soviet tanks land in Los Angeles airport? Now, at that point, at the point of destabilization, also the process could be reversed. Again, easily than this. No CIA involvement at this point. You know what it takes here? Restriction of some liberties for small groups which are self-declared enemies of the society. As simple as that. Oh no, the media and liberals will tell you this is against the American Constitution. How can we, by force, deny the civil rights to criminals, for example? It's not good. Okay? So we allow them to. Okay, if you allow the criminals to have civil rights, go on and bring the country to the crisis. This is a bloodless way to do. Curb the rights. I mean, not to put them in prison. No, I'm not talking about putting all the gays from San Francisco in the concentration camp. Do not allow them to take political force. Do not elect them to the seats of power, whether it is municipality level, state level, or federal level. It has to be beaten in the heads of American voters that a person like that in the seats of power is an enemy. Do not be afraid of this word. It is an enemy. If he is not an enemy here, he will be here. Later on, he will be shot, of course. But at this point, he is an enemy. Okay? You are doing great service by denying him a right to capitalize on his own crazy ideas and become a powerful man, a man who uses the seat of power. Restriction of certain freedoms and permissiveness at that point would prevent sliding into crisis and probably will return the process of destabilization. To curb unlimited power, monopolistic power of trade unions here at that point would save economy from collapsing. to introduce a law to stop private companies of raping public opinion's mind in the direction of consumerism. No company must have a right to force you into buying more unless you want it. There must be a law. You want to advertise your car? Okay. But not a single mentioning of buying it now and saving money. It must be against the law to force people to consume more.
Well, that's not going to work, to be honest.
Previously, before this process started, the self-restraint was a business
definitely not going to work.
Religion. Because our preachers, the fathers of church, would tell us, material values are good, but it's not the prime function of human being. Because you have to live with something. Obviously, the design for our life is not to consume more deodorants. There must be something greater. If such a complicated instrument as human body was created, obviously there must be some higher purpose for that. And it's very easy to avoid destabilization by denying the greedy companies one little freedom, one little liberty, forcing you into turning yourself into processors of unwanted products and goods. They turn you into machines, like the worm who there's inlet and outlet. So, and how long an average appliance lasts these days? Less than a year. Why?
It's even worse now.
Where's workmanship? Oh, we want you to buy more. Okay. Destabilization process.
I mean, most of the clothes that are even sold now in like Target or Walmart, they're designed to be disposable. They're designed to fall apart. They're made in India. So there is a great documentary, I think it was on Netflix a couple years ago, about the disposable clothing industry. I would encourage everyone to watch it because it's really, really, really bad. Like it is far better to buy, you know, people poo-poo more expensive clothes, but it is far better to buy more expensive clothing and to take care of it and to have it last longer than it is to buy like these cheapo things that you're going to get in like your Target or your Walmart or your typical department store. And they're going to fall apart within a year and then you're going to have to replace them again. And that's all by design. And they're so cheap because they are made so cheaply in India, where these people are living in absolutely ravaging situations, like really, really bad. You know, I grew up in a family, and I don't know if people, my mother used to always like poo-poo more expensive clothes and be like, oh, you know, those people are so snooty, blah, blah, blah. And I understand that for some people they can't afford it. I really, really do. I understand that not everyone is in the position to afford more expensive, like nicer clothing. But it really is much better to buy it because the reason those clothes are so cheap is because they cost so little to make because they're going to fall apart.
Could be easily overcome if, as I say, the society, by its own will or after persuasion by the leaders, will come to the idea of self-restraint. It's so hard, we want to consume more, but you have to. Unless you will come to this stage, when, as we say in Russia, if Sahara Desert ever becomes a communist state, there'll be shortage of sand. So you have to curb your... You have to curb your expectations at this point before it's too late. But no, we don't want to do it. Demoralization process. Again, it's the easiest thing to reverse. First of all, by restricting import of propaganda. The easiest thing to do. Unlimited, unrestrained import of Soviet literature, Soviet journalists, giving Soviet propaganda and ideological agitators equal time on American TV network. It has to be stopped. And it's easy. They won't be offended, mind you. As a matter of fact, they will respect America more. But when my former colleague Vladimir Posner appears on Nightline and Ted Koppel asking, well, Vladimir, what do you think about this? And what can he think? He's an instrument of propaganda. He thinks what Comrade Andropov tells him to think. He's just a nice, articulate mouthpiece of the Soviet subversion system. And Ted Koppel makes you believe that my friend Vladimir Posner thinks the process of demoralization may not have started at all if at that point the country, which is a recipient of subversion, actively, not violently, but actively, prevents importation of foreign ideology. I don't want America to follow the pattern of ancient Japan. You don't have to shoot every foreigner when it approaches the sacred borders of the United States. But when he offers you a junk in the disguise of very shiny something, you have to tell him, no, we have our own junk.
I love this guy. Oh my God.
Point, the society is strong, brave, and conscientious enough to stop importation of ideas which are foreign, then the whole chain of events could be prevented. Recently, I've been to the Philippines, and I was shocked how in big cities like Manila, children listen to deafening music. A melodious nation with long traditions of good, nice ethnic music, introduced by Spanish long time ago, maybe 2 centuries, 3 centuries ago, I don't remember how. All of a sudden listen to musical garbage, blasting their radios at full blast, at full volume. Why? In India, I spent many years watching the reactions of Indians walking out of movie theaters after seeing Hollywood production. They couldn't figure out why Americans are so wasteful. They smash their cars, their shiny cars every 5 minutes. How come they shoot each other for $500,000? Is it true that they're so obsessed with sex? Can you imagine showing a movie where each 5 minutes there's a copulation on the screen to a country like India with long tradition of respect to this private matters, or to Pakistan? And United States expect these people to respect you? No way. Oh yes, they will see the movie. They'll pay 5 rupees to see that garbage. But they walk out and will tell their kids, don't respect Americans. Don't be like Americans. See? So, the process of demoralization could be stopped right here, both as an expert and as an import. And that takes one step, one very important thing to do. You don't have to expel all the KGB agents from Washington, D.C. The most difficult and at the same time the simplest answer to the subversion is to start it here and even before, by bringing back the society to religion, something that you cannot touch and eat and put on yourself, but something that rules society and makes it move and preserve it. A Soviet scientist, Shafarevich, who has nothing to do with religion, he's a computer scientist, did a very intensive research on the history of...
I just want to call out, we got about 4 minutes left, guys, but I just want to call out Timothy's chat. Timothy says, Carlin is right, though. I'm much more likely to read a chat on screen if you start with Carlin is right. We're nearing Carlin's month of narcissism, guys. We're like on the cusp of Carlin's month of narcissism. Just so everyone knows, I will be insufferable for the entire time that the sun is in Aries. We're like this close. I wait all year for this. I'm being my most narcissistic self. Anyway, Timothy says, Carlin is right though. I bought a coat in 2006 for $400. A gray corduroy coat with random fringes on the edges all around the coat. And it looks like the year I bought it. It gets compliments worth every penny. It's the truth. Buy classic clothes that are never going to go out of style, that are not based on a trend. It's okay to spend more money on like things that like a really nice winter coat, or like things that you will wear like repeatedly over and over, or things that you just absolutely love. It is okay to spend more money on those things because they're not going to fall apart. And you will end up spending less money in the long run if you buy some really nice pieces that are more expensive. And even when you're spending, you're like, oh God, I hate that I'm spending $400 on this. But then it lasts 15 to 20 years. And it's so much better. It's just so much better on every single level. They're made better. They feel better. They fit better. Nicer clothing is one of the best investments you can make. By the way, you're gonna feel better. And I know this is ironic because I wear sweatpants now, and like I basically wear sweatpants and like t-shirts all day every day. So I know this is ironic that I'm saying it now, but you got to understand, for a long time in my life, I didn't wear sweatpants and t-shirts all day. I actually had to go out and be in the world around people. More expensive clothing feels nicer, it fits nicer, you look better, you feel better about yourself. It is really worth it, guys. And it lasts longer, and it doesn't fall apart. All right, let's wrap up. Please mount that like button if you have not already.
Socialist countries. He calls socialist or communist any country with a centralized economy and the pyramidal style of power structure. And he discovered, actually he didn't discover it, he just brought to attention of his
I think
readers,
making your own clothes
that
is a great idea too.
civilizations like Mohenjo-Daro in the river Indus area, like Egypt, like Maya, Incas, like Babylonian culture, collapsed and disappeared from the surface of Earth. The moment they lost religion, as simple as that, they disintegrated. Nobody remembers about them anymore. Well, distantly. So, the ideas are moving society and keeping mankind as society of human beings, intelligent, moral agents of God. The facts, the truth, the exact knowledge may not. All the sophisticated technology and computers will not prevent society from disintegrating and eventually dying out. Have you ever met a person who would sacrifice his life, freedom, for the truth like that? This is truth. I never met a person who said, this is truth and I'm ready to shoot me. To defend the truth. Right? But millions sacrifice their life, freedom, comfort, everything for things like God, like Jesus Christ. It's an honor. Some martyrs in the Soviet concentration camp died. And they died in peace, unlike those who shouted, "Long live Stalin," knowing perfectly well that he may not live long. Something which is not material moves society and helps it to survive. And the other way around, the moment we turn into 2 by 2 is 4 and make it a guiding principle of our life, our existence, we die. Even though this is true, and this we cannot prove. We only can feel and have faith in it. So the answer to ideological subversion, strangely enough, is very simple. You don't have to shoot people. You don't have to aim missiles and Pershings and cruise missiles at Andropov's headquarters. You simply have to have faith. and prevent subversion. In other words, not to be a victim of subversion. Don't try to be a person who in judo is trying to smash your enemy and being caught by your hand. Don't strike like that. Strike with the power of spirit and moral superiority. If you don't have that power, it's high time to develop it. And that's the only answer. That's it.
Thank you.
And they all clapped for him. And they loved listening to him. And then they went home. And they turned on their TV. And they microwaved their TV dinner. And they watched the news. And they forgot everything that he told them. And the world just kept going. I hope that we don't forget. I hope that we continue to speak out for what's right. I hope that we learn for what he taught us, because he sacrificed a lot to come and teach us that. But most people won't listen, and they won't do anything about it. And I want to create a community of people that does something about it. Even if it's just a little thing, even if it's just posting a tweet or introducing that video to a friend. Wouldn't it be great if everyone who watched this video tonight, watched this stream, sent that video of that lecture that we just watched to a friend and said, have you seen this? Wouldn't that be nice? Guys, that's all we have for Socialism Saturday tonight. Almost a 5-hour stream. I think that might be a Socialism Saturday record. I take Sundays off from streaming. That doesn't mean there won't be maybe a surprise stream. I don't know. I can't say for sure, but I do actually have a lot of work I need to do tomorrow, so I doubt it. But what we will be doing tomorrow is movie night. We do movie night on my supporter Discord every Sunday at 8 p.m. I believe we're going to be watching the Irish classic Far and Away with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, because apparently it's Irish movie month. I don't make the rules. I just show up and watch the movies. If you don't want to watch Far and Away with us, that's cool. You can wait till next week. We'll be watching something different. Every week is great for movie night. We actually haven't watched a bad movie yet, to be honest. There's some movies that I'm like, I don't know if that's a movie I want to watch, but then I go and I watch it, and it's always a great time. We do trivia for movie night. We have discussions. It's really great. It's an amazing community event, and it is open to all of my supporters. If you are a member on this YouTube channel, I will be posting the link to the supporter Discord tomorrow. If you are a paying member of my locals community, I will be posting the link to the supporter Discord tomorrow. If you are a member of my Patreon, I'll be posting the link to the supporter Discord tomorrow. And if you are a paying member of my Substack, for $5 a month, $50 a year, tomorrow, you are going to get an email that looks like this. This is my Unwoke Roundup weekly email, where I take you through all of the content that I have created for you in the last week. And at the bottom of this email, you are going to find a link to my supporter Discord, because the supporter perks are always at the bottom, because I keep them behind a paywall. So you're going to find your link to the supporter Discord. You're also going to find Zoom links for the Monday Zoom call that we do at 7 p.m. that is a private unrecorded call. And you're going to find the Zoom link for Wednesday at noon, which is the other one. So if you are a paying member and supporter of my work on any of my platforms, please make sure you check your inbox tomorrow. Get in the supporter Discord. Come and join us for movie night. And if you are not a paid supporter, then I humbly ask for your support tonight. You can support me on whatever platform you want to support me on. Links are all available on activelyunwoke.com/support. But I really want to build out my Substack supporter base. So I'm trying to get 75 new Substack supporters by the end of the month. This helps keep me on track for my goals for the overall year. And I need everyone to show up. That if you haven't become a supporter yet, this is really important, guys, because if I do not hit that number, then I'm going to need to put up a paywall by the end of the month. I don't want to do that. I am downloading all of the information that I have in my brain about the woke left, the woke ideology, and how to beat it. And Substack is the main place that I'm doing that right now. And I don't want to have to put up a paywall, because I want this information to be free for everyone. But if you're in a position to support my work and keep me in business, then please consider doing so. $5 a month, $50 a year. If you want to give more, you can, but that is our minimum buy-in, and that will help me keep my content free for everyone. All right, guys, that's all I have for tonight. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the show. Please mount that like button on the way out the door. Please make sure you're subscribed to my channel, and I'll see you guys on Monday, unless I see you for movie night tomorrow.